Chapter 1050. Yuzhou was in turmoil, and Iha River was the center of the turbulence. In this tragedy, only in Iha City, there were 24 families and more than 40 families. No less than 700 people were killed on the spot in Iha City. Most of the people who survived were sent to the border. According to the continuous reports of the spies, the turf lords, who had wisely chosen to protect themselves, did not have much resentment now. The reason was very simple. After people died, they gained more territory. Other than the northern Liang, who took away most of the profits, the leftovers were also quite considerable. These were all taken over by the fence-sitters like them, the retainers and servants who gave them food and money, the maids and maidservants from other families whom they coveted, and the precious calligraphy and paintings that were sold cheaply were all real benefits. After Su Fengnian entered the city, he lifted the curtain and looked out several times. He could see many cold eyes, numbness, hatred, fear, hatred, and so on. When Su Fengnian returned to the general's mansion, Song Yan and Wang Xihua had not returned yet. The two senior officials of Lingzhou who were temporarily transferred to Yuzhou did not directly intervene in the specific affairs of Iha River. Instead, it was mostly managed by General Huang Fujin and Provincial Governor Wang Peifong. Su Fengnian did not know how these two political rivals could get together. At that time, he made up his mind to bring them to Yuzhou. He intended to let Song Yan serve as an assistant to the new provincial governor, Hu Kuei, who was a military general. It was not that he did not trust Hu Kuei, who had made outstanding contributions as the provincial governor of Liangzhou, but that in the future, the four provinces of Beiliang would complement each other and balance each other. This trend was not limited to the positions of general and provincial governor on the surface. As for Wang Xihua, who was outstanding in literary knowledge in Beiliang, it was a bit like the auspicious event in Yuzhou where there were endless bloody storms. Moreover, the Green Deer Cave Academy also needed a literary expert to hold the fort. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was impossible to stuff all scholars into the officialdom of Beiliang at once. This was a relatively gradual process. Moreover, there were many scholars who were just there to make up the numbers. Su Fengnian sat in Huang Fujin's unusually simple study. There were not many books, and even the decorations were lacking. It was a dull and gloomy room, which was indeed similar to Huang Fujin's character. Su Fengnian was flipping through a mediocre physiognomy book. Without raising his head, he said, "Come in." The person who entered the room was surnamed Lu, the head of the spies in Iha City. He reported to the king of Beiliang what he had seen and heard today, which were all bits and pieces of the conversation between Song Yan and Wang Xihua. It turned out that after witnessing the bloodshed in Yuzhou and learning of the cause of the matter, the two of them had no objection to the punishment of the Huang family of Iha. However, they had a serious disagreement over the matter of the restaurant's property being confiscated. Wang Xihua insisted that the 65 storytellers, regardless of whether they were commoners or tyrants, did not deserve such a heavy punishment from the king of Beiliang. On the other hand, Song Yan, who had always advocated legalism, believed that everyone deserved to be punished. The two of them had rushed to Yuzhou. Originally, as expected, Song Yan would assume the position of Yuzhou's prime minister, while Wang Xihua would be in charge of the provincial administration. The two of them could not come to an agreement, so they made a bet. If Wang Xihua won, the two of them would exchange positions. Song Yan, on the other hand, said that he would definitely win and that his position would remain the same. However, when Wang Xihua saw him in the future, Song Yan would have to pay respects to his superior. Upon hearing this, Su Fengnian put down the book and said with a smile, "The two of you are really leisurely and elegant. Don't tell me you investigated the 65 people one by one." Spy Lu said softly, "That's not the case. Wang Xihua only picked 3 people." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "A scholar's spirit is because he is afraid of winning an unfair battle. Go on, tell me which 3 people he picked." The unremarkable Iha spy said respectfully, "They are Chao Shang, a disciple of the Chao family of Iha, Qi Fengnian, the shopkeeper of Qiji's silk store, and Han Lai Kai, a villager. Among the 3, Chao Shang is a regular customer of Jingyishen restaurant, while the Chao family is a low-ranking family of Iha. Qi Fengyan is a live-in son-in-law and has a good reputation in Iha West Street. Han Lai Kai, on the other hand, pretended to enter the restaurant to buy wine. In fact, he was embarrassingly short of money, so he hid in the back and took the opportunity to listen to the storytellers. Regarding these matters, Song Yan and Wang Shihua carefully went through the files after the bet. Wang Shihua picked 3 people within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and Song Yan nodded in approval. Su Fengyan stood up and said, Wang Shihua believes that the human heart is good, and that everyone has a compassionate heart. What Song Yan learned is that the human heart is evil. The battle between the two is not a battle of moral essays. In the end, it is a battle of the human heart outside of books. If I were to guess, the loser is definitely the moral Wang Shihua. But the one who won an unfair battle is the old fox Song Yan. If we were to switch places and look for good deeds among the evil people, the loser would naturally be Song Yan. It's just that Song Yan would not agree to such a bet. The spy leader surnamed Lu hesitated for a moment, but he still gathered his courage and said, In my humble opinion, Song Yan did not win an unfair battle. Apart from Chao Shang's 2 murder cases, the rich merchant Qi Fengyan and the villager Han Lai Kai, according to the law, should be imprisoned. Su Fengyan shook his hand. In a place like Beiliang, chivalry is strong, but chivalry is not necessarily strong. It is easy to commit crimes, but difficult to not commit crimes. The spy was silent. Su Fengyan smiled and said, This time, there are many clans in Iha City who are busy fishing for profits. Lu Jingxing, why don't you seize some gold and silver from their hands and treat it as a reward for your brothers? There is no reason for you to work hard and stare at them while those who don't work hard to take advantage of you. I think they won't dare to not open their mouths and spit out some fat meat. However, this king will tell you in advance that this is just a special case, not a new rule for you to do things in the future. Lu Jingxing grinned and laughed. He still didn't have the slightest craftiness of an outsider's impression of a shrewd spy. Instead, he became more and more honest. He didn't look like a cold spy who called Song Yan Wang Shihua by his name. Su Fengyan continued to pick up the book, and Lu Jingxing tactfully said goodbye. When he crossed the threshold and gently closed the door, he caught a glimpse of a little girl from the corner of his eye. From beginning to end, Lu Jingxing didn't notice such a girl. She had a golden hairpin on her head and was squatting beside a blue and white porcelain vase that was half the height of a person. She was looking at Lu Jingxing. Lu Jingxing quickly retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and completely closed the door. Not long after Lu Jingxing left, Song Yan, who was temporarily the guest of Lingzhou, knocked on the door and entered. Su Fengyan held the book and pointed to the chair opposite the table. Song Yan sat down calmly. Su Fengyan joked, Our Wang Gongchao really fell into your trap. Chapter 1051. Song Yan wasn't surprised that spies found out about what happened today. During this period of time, spies were everywhere in Iha City. Along with the fact that he and Wang Shihua were eye-catching, it was expected. Song Yan said helplessly, Wang Shihua was one of the more flexible civil servants in Beiliang. If this is the case, one can see that the governance of Beiliang is still a long way off. Su Fengyan smiled towards the girl. Please bring 2 jugs of wine over. The girl left silently and brought 2 jugs of green ant wine back. Su Fengyan and Song Yan each had a jug. Su Fengyan said emotionally, In the past, I knew that it wasn't easy to be the head of the family. However, only after sitting in this position can one understand how difficult it is to be the head of the family. You have to fight with people, evil people like the Iha River Huang family and good people like Huang Shang and Wang Shihua. You have to fight with the heavens. In the past, listening to the rain and appreciating the snow was a joyous thing. Now, you have to consider the harvest of your territory. I have a stack of secret letters to deal with. Some say that the butler Song Tonglu colluded with officials to alter his nephew's works. The children of the Lu family took farmland and were exposed. There was also a senior of the Lu family who spent a lot of money to buy a painting, but it turned out to be fake. He couldn't return it and wanted to cause trouble. A master drank wine in Liangzhou and got jealous of the general's son Zhengfeng. The latter called for people to gang up on him and the former tried to kill him. Both of them weren't good people. Logically speaking, it would be better to kill both of them. There was even a rumor that the youngest son of the deputy commander of the infantry, Wei Taizhan, brought along his belongings and moved to the neighboring Huzhou. Just the illegal gold and silver alone filled 16 large chests, which were detained by the soldiers patrolling the border. Very soon, there was a rumor that the border guards had insulted the daughter-in-law of Deputy Commander Wei first. There was also a young captain that great ancestor Gu thought highly of. For some reason, he was beaten half to death outside the pass. Song Yen said calmly, "As long as one has a family, there will be conflicts. There are even gaps between father and son and wife, much less such a big Bailiang." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "From now on, all the major and minor government affairs in Yu province will be handed over to you. Kue Hu and Huang Fuqiong, administrator, has been fighting for you, saying that you have the power of magic but have no place to use it. He hopes that you can be of some use after moving to Yuzhou." Song Yen nodded and said, "It's only right that I do my best." Su Fengyan didn't pick up the wine jug that still had more than half of it left. He stood up and walked out of the study with Song Yen. After Song Yen left, Su Fengyan found Wang Shihua, who was temporarily staying in a side courtyard of the general's official residence. He told him that he was going to meet someone. Wang Shihua was confused and followed him out of the residence. He sat in the carriage and left Iha City to the outskirts. There was an irrigation ditch here that nurtured a lush reed field. The land in Bailiang was poor, so the reeds that were quite useful had all become priceless grass. Near the reed field, there were several small villages near the river. The breeze was cool and the spring sunshine was warm. Walking on the narrow mud road, the air was filled with the fragrance of green reeds. There were groups of 3 to 5 village children picking tender buds. Su Fengyan and Wang Shihua slowly came to a small ferry by the river. The clumps of reeds nestled together gracefully. It was a rare, tender, and charming scenery in Bailiang. Su Fengyan had an empty stem of green reeds in his hand, which looked like a rough reed flute. Su Fengyan sat on the cobblestone ferry and blew the reed pipe, whimpering faintly. Wang Shihua didn't sit down. Instead, he stood on the riverside and thought that the young lord might be dissatisfied with why he made that bet with Song Yen, and questioned his action in Yuzhou province. However, considering that Wang Shihua was half his trusted subordinate, he didn't punish Wang Shihua in the usual officialdom. Su Fengyan stopped playing the reed flute, raised his head, and pointed to the northeast. "There's a poor scholar from Bailiang who has been in the capital for 7 years and finally made a name for himself. The year before last, he had already become the daily assistant of the emperor's clothes minister. Last year, he became the physician of the meritorious service department. He assisted the minister of personnel ministry Zhao Yuling and the crown minister in Maochun to preside over the capital assessment. This year, he will participate in the assessment of the local 4th grade officials in Liang. In the early spring, he and Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan made a private visit to the south. After returning to the capital, they got married. On the wedding night, there were big red candles and a red veil. The woman surnamed Zhao was a noble. This scholar was destined to have a meteoric rise in the future. Even becoming a minister was just around the corner. In the past 7 years, there were only 2 secret letters sent to Bailiang. One was about the crown prince, and the other was about the Zhao emperor's health. This scholar, who had made great contributions to Bailiang, only wrote 2 words at the end of the 2 letters and asked Bailiang to pass the message to one person. Su Fengyan paused for a moment and said flatly, "Don't miss. Don't wait." Wang Shihua sighed. Su Fengyan continued slowly. Before the scholar achieved meteoric success, there was a spy here, Zhao Go, who had been keeping an eye on him for many years. Therefore, even if it was just 2 simple words, the person who missed and waited for still did not know. Wang Shihua asked softly, "That infatuated woman is still waiting?" Su Fengyan nodded and patted the stone at the ferry. Back then, she sent the scholar to the capital to take the imperial examinations here. She did not marry, but if she missed him, she would come here to wait. That was because he had promised her that he would return home to marry her, regardless of whether he could pass the imperial examinations or not. Wang Shihua sighed from the bottom of his heart. Such a scholar, such a woman, should have been married. It would not be excessive even if the king of Beiliang personally presided over their marriage. Su Fengyan turned a deaf ear and said, "After the end of last year, the woman stopped waiting at the ferry." Wang Shihua was stunned. Su Fengyan threw the hollow reed into the water. Without turning his head, he stretched out his finger and pointed to a place far away from Wang Shihua. "She died in the reed marsh and was buried there." Su Fengyan put his hands into his sleeves. "I came to Yuzhou, to the Yi River, to kill people. You, Wang Shihua, said in your heart that I killed the innocent. I thought that no matter how innocent those nobles were, they were not as innocent as this woman. Moreover, such a woman, such a tragedy, could not be counted in Yuzhou. You scholars keep saying that you wholeheartedly want the world to be peaceful. I, Su Fengyan, feel that world peace is too far away. Since peace is so close, I have to do it well first." Wang Shihua's face was pale. Su Fengyan stood up, shook his sleeves, and bowed to a small grave in the reed marsh. He turned and left, leaving Wang Shihua sitting on the ground dejectedly. Su Fengyan said in a deep voice, "You were lucky to be born as a human, but you did not treat others as human. Since you are not a human, this king will kill anyone he sees in Beiliang." More than 100 Yuzhou men of sacrifice appeared in the reed marsh. They thought that they had seized the opportunity to kill this lone king of vassals on the spot. Su Fengyan put his hands behind his back and, in one breath, dismembered the 100 men. Chapter 1052. Because Yanji County in Yuzhou was close to the border and was a little far from Iha City, it was involved in some disasters. Compared to the bloody rivers in the hinterland of Yuzhou, it could almost be called a paradise. However, there were still some disciples who were implicated and lost their official titles. Therefore, scholars from other places constantly poured into this county with official documents and occupied various positions in the yamen. Most of these scholars who had just entered the Dragon Gate had official seals from the provincial governor's mansion and letters of recommendation from literary bigwigs like Huang Chong. Over the past 10 days, the Yanji County's county governor, Hong Shandong, had been busy receiving and sending people off. It was just the beginning of summer, but he had already drunk many pots of calming fire tea. He was afraid that he would neglect any unknown bigwig who had a backer. Now, it was obvious that Wang Chongwan of Nuliang was suppressing his military force. Weren't those people who started a massacre in Yuzhou all martial artists? Hong Shandong didn't dare to put on airs at this critical moment. There were 7 counties in Yanji County, but there was only one upper county. According to the law of Liang, only a county with a yield of 100,000 dan of grain was considered an upper county. In Beiliang, half of the county's grain was already considered a top county. This time, the scholars who entered this county as officials were 1 county magistrate, 3 county deputy ministers, 6 county secretaries, and 1 county lieutenant. Fortunately, they all held positions in the middle and lower counties, so they didn't stab the county governor in the heart. It was human nature for a new official to visit a county magistrate, Hong Shandong, and it was also a rule. However, there was still 1 county secretary and 1 county lieutenant who didn't show up. Perhaps it was because of their scholarly character that they directly went to the local magistrate. Hong Shandong, who was originally a scholar, was too lazy to care about this kind of red tape. He was content to have a muddled peace in his county. Bishan County was a barren county in the middle of nowhere. It only had the air of being the largest county in Yanji County. In addition, the local power was very strong, so the county magistrate here had always been sullen, not to mention the good thing of earning 100,000 dan of silver for 3 years. This time, the officialdom of Yuzhou was greatly shaken. From the top to the bottom of Bishan County, the county magistrate and county lieutenant all ran away without anyone saying anything. It would be best if they could go to other counties. Those who didn't have this ability also took the opportunity to lower their status and go to other places to fish for money. As a result, after the county magistrate, the county deputy minister, the county secretary, and the other officials gathered in the old county office of this county, they all stared at each other in bewilderment. They were all unfamiliar faces. County Magistrate Feng Guan was a scholar from the Shangyin Academy. He had just reached 30 years old. It was said that he was a fine jade material that even Grand Chancellor Wang took a fancy to. In Beiliang today, he naturally became a first-class commodity. County Magistrate Hong accepted this person's greeting gift, but secretly sent an even more valuable gift in return. Deputy County Magistrate Zhu Jing's reputation was slightly inferior. He was a scholar who had followed the Lu family of Qingzhou into the Qing dynasty. He did not have any scholarly achievements, but since he was able to get in touch with the Lu family, who was a relative of the imperial family, no one dared to look down on him. Commandant Bai Shank liked to wear a personal knife. He was the bold person who did not visit County Chief Hong. He was tall and sturdy, and did not consider himself a scholar. Even when he was in the main hall of the county office, he still looked askance at people. The remaining person was the registrar. His official position was the most mediocre among the top officials in the county. His name was Su Qi. He did not wear a knife, sword, or jade. He was young, but he really had a good appearance. Out of the 4 officials, Feng Guan was arrogant because of his talent and was also the county magistrate. He was neither cold nor warm to everyone. Zhu Jing tried to befriend Bai Shank, but the latter did not appreciate it and could only settle for the next best thing. He ran over to Registrar Su and called him brother. Finally, his efforts were not wasted. When they had nothing to do, they left the office and went to the streets to drink. Zhu Jing tried to sound him out several times and found out that this person was a son of a general who had come to the remote countryside to avoid disaster. At first, Zhu Jing treated him to a banquet, but then he let the young registrar Su foot the bill. At first, Zhu Jing was a little nervous. He was afraid that this young son of a general was too arrogant and would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Later, after drinking more and more, they became more familiar with each other. He was certain that this inexperienced official was very easy to talk to and was willing to suffer losses. However, in his heart, Zhu Jing looked down on him more and more. He only saw him as a fair-weather friend. It was the general trend for scholars to be in charge of Beiliang's government affairs. Su Qi was just an insignificant son of a general. What kind of future would he have in the future? However, there was one thing about Su Qi that Zhu Jing liked. When Zhu Jing was criticizing current affairs, Su Qi did not understand and was more than willing to listen to Zhu Jing, the county deputy's guidance. Anyway, Bishan County's affairs were not heavy. Magistrate Feng was always eager to do them, and County Magistrate Bai was always elusive. Zhu Jing and Su Qi had plenty of time to drink and chat. Taking a break from work? It was more like taking a break from work. The main entrance of the county yamen was not long. There were only a few shops and there was only one restaurant. There were only a few kinds of green ant wine. Zhu Jing was not used to drinking the cheap green ant wine that burned his throat. Today he asked for a jug of Jianan spring wine that had just arrived. When he asked for the wine, he deliberately glanced at Su Qi's face. Seeing Su Qi's pained expression and trying to hide it, Masters held back his laughter. Afterward, he drank in large mouthfuls and felt more at ease. As he drank the good wine to satisfy his craving, Zhu Jing felt a heroic spirit fill his chest, rushing straight to his teeth. He had only finished one cup when Su Qi tactfully reached out to refill his cup. Sir Zhu picked up the wine cup. He wasn't in a hurry to drink, saying unhurriedly, "Last time I told you about Bai Yan and Tan Tanweng's public rupture, how satisfying it was. Today, I want to properly talk about the aftermath. This Grand Secretary Zhang's control of the Liang Discourse Road has finally come in handy." With a kacha sound, this blade suddenly fell down in the imperial court. Although no one died, it made those who had the qualifications to enter the imperial court lose 2 noble titles, as well as 16 official hats. "Su Qi, don't you think it's amazing?" Su Qi laughed softly and said, "Amazing." It was indeed an extremely tyrannical counterattack. It doesn't lose to Chen Jibao's plum wine. Zhu Jing originally wanted to answer his own question, but after being interrupted, he subconsciously wanted to glare. However, he quickly restrained himself. The person sitting in front of him was, after all, an official of the same rank as him. He took a slow sip and brewed his emotions before continuing. The officials in the court are dejected and anxious. However, this is not important. Soon, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. That Bai Yan intends to open up the Lotus Seed River to deal with the flood in Guangling. The Minister of Works, who is known for his silent meditation, wrote a letter for the first time, stating the pros and cons in a clear and organized manner. He actually did his best to refute the Grand Secretary. The way I see it, there are two emperors in this dynasty. No matter how the man and the cat died, they are dead in the end. This purple-beard duke, who still holds the title of Grand Secretary, is also on the verge of collapse. Speaking of this, Zhuijing, who was most likely to take over the position of county magistrate, also sighed endlessly. Since he was a scholar, no matter how much he criticized Bai Yan, how could he not yearn for him in his heart? If one didn't reach the martial emperor city, one wouldn't be considered a hero. If one didn't recognize Bai Yan as a scholar, how could he be an official? Zhuijing took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. In the end, he heard a question that spoiled the mood. Sir Zhua, Grand Secretary Zhang is too far away from me. I am more curious about the current Jianghu. Zhuijing couldn't help but think, who do you think you are? Su Qi? Forget about Bai Yan, even Great Peace City is thousands of miles away from you. As for Jianghu, how much closer can you be? However, despite his disdain, Zhuijing still had a smile on his face after drinking the good wine that Su Qi had treated him to. He slowly said, Jianghu? I have heard of it. Although I didn't pay much attention to it since you asked, there is no harm in telling you a few words. It just so happens that the situation in the court has changed. The 3 reviews of the world have spread from Guangling Taoism. Let's not talk about the reviews of generals, they are all expected figures. Only this court's Yin Maochun and Beimang's Dong Zhuo have some new ideas. Just the review you asked about is really a big deal that hasn't been seen in 100 years. From 10 people to 15. Su Qi laughed and said, with so many people, isn't it a bit worthless? Zhuijing sneered and said, worthless? This time, it's more valuable than the previous reviews. In the past, when there were 10 people in Liang, as well as when Beimang overstepped its authority and published a review, they didn't include people from the 3 religions. They didn't dare touch places like Martial Emperor City and the Wu family's sword tomb. This time, the 15 people in the review are the real top masters in the world. Su Qi lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. Zhuijing glanced at the young registrar across the table. The ordinary-looking deputy left district magistrate couldn't help but feel a little resentful. This general's son was born with an appearance that could easily abduct women. At some point, the young owner of the restaurant also came over. He didn't know that he had brought a pot of green ant wine, which couldn't be sold for more than a few copper coins. He just sat there and didn't drink. Zhuijing was annoyed. He didn't want to waste his saliva, but he couldn't endure the desire in the shabby young owner's eyes. The corner of Zhuijing's mouth twitched. When he saw Su Qi ask for a pot of Jian Nanchun wine from the shopkeeper, he smiled and said, Old Monster Wang Shenji, is still the undisputed #1 in the world. No one can shake his position. Even the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, who returned from a visit to immortality and overturned the South Sea with his sword, can only obediently accept the second place. The young owner of the restaurant with thick eyebrows and big eyes was shocked and said loudly, What's going on? Tuoba Bodhisattva has become the 3rd place? Chapter 1053. Master Zhuo was too lazy to pay attention to this ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. He said slowly, What's so strange about that? Tuoba Bodhisattva of Beimang was pushed to the 3rd place by Dong Tai. The top 3 of the peak of martial arts have changed, but they are still the same 3. After talking about the 3 land immortals, I'll talk about the last 5 people. The people who made the comments probably had some reservations. The leaders of Buddhism in the 3 sects were not in the top 10. For example, the white-robed monk of the Tu-Zen temple who had been sealed in the mountain, Li Shaoxin, Northern Mang's national advisor, Qilin immortal Yuan Qingshan, and the new leader of Wudong, Li Yufu, were all outside the top 10. Along with Deng Mao of Broken Spear and Su Yanbing of Northern Liang, they occupied these 5 positions. If it was 10 years ago, these 5 people would be in the top 5. The young owner of the restaurant said happily, "Our Bailiang is amazing. Both Leader Li and General Su are on the list. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a drink later. It's definitely the best green ant wine. You can't find a place to sell it in Bishan County. Master Zhua, tell me, who are the 7 heroes?" Zhua Jing wanted to make fun of him. He said mischievously, "Give me the wine first, otherwise there's no need to talk." The young owner said impatiently, "What's the hurry? I'll definitely treat you to 2 pots of green ant wine later. Do you think I have the guts to cheat you?" Su Qi opened the 2nd bottle of Sword South Spring wine. After Zhua Jing filled his cup to the brim, he didn't want to bicker with a country bumpkin. He downed half a cup and said with a satisfied expression, "The 4th is Chao Chongqing, the Confucian sage of West Chu. The 5th is Luo Yang, the devil of Zhulu Mountain. The 8th is Hong Jingyan, Gung Luozi. The 9th is Gu Jiantang, the pillar of the state. The 10th is lustrous King Swordmaster, the current master of the Wu family sword tomb." The young owner was stunned. He counted with his fingers and asked in confusion, "Where are the 6th and 7th? Deputy District Magistrate, could it be that you drank it all away?" Zhua Jing was about to reach out with his chopsticks to pick up a peanut from the small porcelain plate and pretended to hit the fool. He rolled his eyes and said, "The 7th is the new king of Shu who came out of Bailiang, Chun Jibao." The young man chuckled and said, "What do you mean by your Bailiang? County deputy, you must be drunk. It's our Bailiang." Zhua Jing was a little frightened. Most of the tipsy feeling left him, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "As for the 6th, it's our king of Bailiang." The young man opened his mouth and eyes wide. Zhua Jing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He did not hide the sarcasm on his face. "You don't believe me? Pei Ju, do you not dare to believe it? Or do you not want to believe it? The young man with the surname Pei grinned and said, "That's great news. I believe you, I believe you. If you don't believe me, I'll have the same surname as you, Deputy District Magistrate Zhua." Zhua Jing could not help but show off his knowledge. He sneered and said, "The surname Pei was a big surname 20 years ago, but now it's not even worth a fart. It's more than 60 times worse than my surname Zhua in this dynasty." Pei Ju nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking on rice. "Yes, yes, yes. The surname Pei is a disgrace. No matter where I go, I won't be welcomed. Right now, I can't wait to find a well-bred young lady and marry into her family." Su Qi sighed and said, "The 6th. It seems that Huang Sanjia is being merciful." Zhua Jing was confused and asked, "What did you say?" Su Qi shook his head and said with a smile, "I just think that no matter what the ranking is, it's already very scary to be on the martial arts ranking list." Pei Ju faced the arrogant deputy district magistrate and the reverence that some commoners should have for their parents. As for Su Qi, who was polite to everyone, he was used to climbing up the ladder. These days, when they occasionally interacted with each other, he had always been carefree and unscrupulous. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and put them in his mouth. He said vaguely, "It's not just scaring people. If I see one, I'll be scared out of my wits. If I'm not scared to death, I'll beg them to take me in as their disciple. If I'm lucky enough to learn a few moves, I'll go out in Jianghu and fight anyone. If I can't beat them, I can ask for my master's support. Who would dare to bully me? Wouldn't they be in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Su Qi wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he could not help but say, "If you have such thoughts, you won't be able to practice the sword and become a master." Pei Ju rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I don't practice the sword either. Look, among the top 3 in the world, there's only one who practices the sword. Including the 15 masters, there's only that old guy Wu Jiajian who practices the sword. He's still at the bottom of the top 10. Su Qi smiled and said, "That's true." Pei Ju's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at the knowledgeable district magistrate and asked impatiently, "What about the Rouge ranking? Who are the beauties?" Zhua Jing was a man after all. He smiled and took a sip of wine. After a while, he said, "The Rouge ranking hasn't changed much. It's just that the Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, who died for love, is missing. There's an additional West Chu's fallen princess, Jiang Si. Peiju thought for a while and said, I know this one. She can ride a sword through the 18 gates of the imperial city. Who would dare to marry her in the future? What about our Wulin chief, Mount Huishanzi? Didn't they say that she's also a beauty who brings disaster to the country? Zhuijing laughed in a low voice and said, No one dares to marry the West Chu princess, but no one dares to touch the mistress of Great Meadow? You have to understand that although Shenyuan Qingfeng wasn't ranked among the 15, he was singled out along with Nangong Push. He said that the former was only one level away and the latter was only one level away. They both have the potential to reach the top of the Wulin world as women. It's just a matter of who's a step faster. Whoever's a step slower will fall behind and it'll be difficult for them to stand side by side. In my opinion, this old fox who wrote the ranking is also full of evil tricks. He wants nothing more than for the two beauties to fight. Little brat of the Pei family, let me ask you, let's not talk about those unattainable people. Let's talk about how you know two beautiful ladies on the street, but you can't eat them. Would you be happy to see them fight on the street? Peiju only cared about laughing. The answer was self-evident. Since there was free wine to drink, Zhuijing talked more. Afterwards, he told the two ignorant young men about many new things in Jianghu. For example, Dongyue's sword pool's song Nianqing died for no reason, and Shishan Spring Cottage's swordsmanship master Xielingzhen also died mysteriously. These sects had lost their pillars and their status in Jianghu plummeted. They were no longer at the top of the Jianghu world. They were far behind the Wu family's sword tomb in Longhu Mountain, and could only be ranked among the top 10 sects with many new rising sections. Beiliang was indeed the big winner this time. In this evaluation of Liang being Liang, Beimang being Beimang, there was another fish dragon gang that no one had heard of before. Although they were ranked last, so what if they were ranked 10th? When they went out and announced their name, they would always claim that the fish dragon gang was one of the top 10 sects in Liang. They wouldn't rashly say that they were ranked 10th. When the county deputy was talking about this, Peiju was already thinking about whether he should go to Lingzhou to join the fish dragon gang. After chatting for a while, Peiju slapped his thigh and asked, Mr. Zhua, why isn't that big devil cat on the list? Why is he ranked lower than others? He can't even get into the top 15? Zhuijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the young man who lived in a corner and could only look at the sky from the bottom of a well. Are you stupid? Bao Shuqi, the county magistrate of Bishan, laughed it off. Peiju suddenly covered his stomach and said that he was going to the toilet. Then he disappeared. After drinking the last cup of South Blade spring wine, Mr. was suddenly realized that this silly boy was not really stupid. He was just playing tricks to avoid the 2 pots of green ant wine that they had agreed on. Zhuijing smiled and got up to leave the table. Su Qi said that he wanted to stay for a while, so the county deputy walked out of the restaurant alone and muttered, Stupid is stupid. The restaurant is here, where can he go? He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. I'm a 6th grade county deputy. Not to mention drinking 2 pots of your wine, I can even take half of your restaurant. After Zhuijing left the restaurant, the young man immediately ran back to the table and sat down. He said with a smile, Su Qi, don't you think this guy is stupid? He doesn't even understand the principle of being fickle. He has studied so much for nothing. Su Qi asked with a smile, Is there any other principle to be particular about being fickle? Peiju crossed his legs and picked up the bottle of South Blade spring wine. He raised his head and drank a few drops of wine from the bottom of the bottle. He wiped his mouth and said, You must have studied less than me. A monkey performer gives a monkey 3 acorns in the morning and 4 acorns in the evening. If the monkey doesn't agree, the performer will say 4 acorns in the morning and 3 acorns in the evening. When I was young, I heard this joke in other people's ears and thought that the monkey was really smart. Wouldn't it be better to get 1 more acorns in the morning than anything else? Even if it could get 3 more acorns in the evening, it would be better to get it early. Besides, in our world, who doesn't talk nonsense when doing business? That's why I said that the monkey is smart, but the county deputy is stupid. I don't know how he became the county deputy. In my opinion, I'd rather be the county deputy. Su Chi looked out of the window and said calmly, You're right, but in fact, sometimes you don't have to be so smart. Peiju spat and sneered, Su Chi, what you said is meaningless. If you don't be smart, how can you be successful? The wild dogs on the street know how to bite the poor beggars. Do you think it dares to bite me or the county deputy? Su Chi walked out of the restaurant without saying anything. Walking on the street where there were few pedestrians, he raised his head and let the sunlight dazzle his eyes. He was indifferent. Peiju leaned against the window and looked at the figure that was walking away. He had always been jealous of the young owner of the restaurant who was dressed in thin clothes, had good looks, and was an official. He pouted and muttered, What's the use of pretending to be a dog? Do you think you're worthy of being reasonable with me? Su Chi walked alone. Hey, Vancouver. Your brother is already the 6th in the world in name. If one day in the future, I'm still alive and you're still alive, then I'll take the initiative and add in the share that you don't want. It's not too much for the two of us to be the first in the world, right? Chapter 1054. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Su Chi didn't live in the back hall of the county office. County Magistrate Feng Guan had brought many books and servants with him, so they occupied many rooms. County Magistrate Bai Shank had also cleared out an extra room for practicing martial arts. He didn't stand on ceremony with anyone. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could come and ask for his saber. Therefore, Su Chi, as the registrar official, sensibly bought a small house outside the county office. It was only a few minutes away from the county office. The alley was secluded and deep. In the courtyard, there was a small well with fresh green grapevines. It was a quiet and pleasant place. When Su Chi returned to his house, a little girl with a golden hairpin on her head was lying on the mouth of the well. She didn't care if this posture was elegant or not. Su Fengyan took off his civil official uniform with a 6th-rank official patch and moved a small stool to sit beside the well. Originally, he didn't have the fortune to spend his days leisurely like this. However, after his second sister learned of his current situation, she would rather tire herself and insisted that her younger brother not touch the mountainous pile of documents and government affairs for the time being. It should be known that these documents could immediately become a mountain again after being moved away. However, she said that it was the work of the servants and the work of the superior and the work of the superior. Therefore, he took it as giving him the last half a year of leisure. Logically speaking, Su Chi had never won against her. All he could do was wait patiently for the next spring. At that time, even if he wanted to slack off, his second sister would pull him by the ear and bring him to the desk. In Bishan County of Yanji Commandery, this moderately sized registrar official was, of course, Su Chi, the son of a general. He had used this alias in Beimang and Liangjianghu. However, after the one-year mourning period ended and he put on the clothes that the Golden Silk Weaving Bureau spent a lot of manpower and money to make, it was time for him to leave this place and Yuzhou. In Bishan County, other than a secret letter from home every half a day, no one would disturb his peace and quiet. Therefore, things like martial arts evaluations, rouge evaluations, generals evaluations, and so on could only be heard from Deputy County Magistrate Zhuijing. His meager salary as the county magistrate was mostly spent on Zhuijing's drinking. Without a doubt, Huang Sanjia had once again deliberately stirred up a demonic wind. Among them, Mount Longhu was the biggest loser. A father and son Taoist masters had ascended together. It was an unprecedented grand occasion, but it seemed to have emptied all of the Taoist ancestral court's assets. This time, no one had made it onto the rankings. But Li Yufu of Wudong, who had not been heard of until now, had made it onto the rankings and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Qingshan and Li Shaoxin. Mount Wudong's status would definitely rise. And with the sudden appearance of Su Yanbing, who was ranked 6th in the world, Beiliang was the biggest winner. He leaned against the rattan frame and muttered to himself, 10 times I was in a trance. Looking down from a high vantage point, I've seen many places. I've also seen the gathering and dispersing of fate. It's said that a place's environment nurtures a place's people. Within the limitations of this place's environment, people's words and actions permeate each other. Therefore, This place's environment is different from that of another place's environment. The people of the two places write different articles. To exaggerate, with the Guangling River as the boundary between the north and the south, the people of the south and the people of the north are completely different. When I'm in a trance, I look at the big, and when I'm back, I look at the small. Now, when I look at the new Bailiang, Zhuijing, and the old Peiju, I look at their words and actions. In the end, their fates are mixed up and they all merge into Bailiang's fate. Now, Bailiang has Mount Wudong, a place of fate. But we have to wait until Li Yufu returns. After Jiang and I and the old man with the sheepskin fur coat left, Mount Qingliang was replaced by the androgynous white fox's face and Huyen Guanin. But whether these people are here or not, they follow the 4 words "the heavens are clear." They can't be forced. Many of my old friends have really become dead. There are also some who will become ancient people one day. For example, Wang Xiaoping, who follows Lu Songtao, and Sui Xiegu, who for some reason still hasn't entered the martial arts rankings. There are also Miss Li Zi and the North and South monks, whose whereabouts are unknown. But speaking of which, most of the people who are related to me don't have good endings. He, who had been listening to Su Fengyan's nagging, raised her head and adjusted the slightly tilted golden hairpin. She said calmly, "I should have died more than 10 years ago." Su Fengyan was amused. He asked curiously, "Since I'm your savior, why did you kill me? You showed mercy a few times, but there were also times when you really wanted to kill me." The young girl sat on the mouth of the well and looked at him. She blinked. "Old Huang said that you lived so miserably. Dying in my hands is better than dying in someone else's hands. I think," Su Fengyan said helplessly, "you think it makes sense." The young girl chuckled a few times. She was obviously happy. She suddenly seemed to have remembered something and disappeared in a flash. She left as soon as she said so, leaving Su Fengyan all alone in his room. Su Fengyan didn't know where she went, but he felt that she wouldn't show up for a while. Su Fengyan sighed and sat on the small bench in a daze. These days, he mostly went to the county yamen for roll call. After that, he didn't have anything to do. There were many things waiting to be done in Bishan County due to the replacement of the old and the new. It should have been the most difficult time in the county yamen. But the county magistrate Fengguan was incomparably powerful and monopolized the power. Zhuijing had been fighting openly and secretly for power several times. But he had lost. He had nothing to do. It seemed that he wanted to seek some support from his backer. For the time being, he chose to rest and lie low, waiting to see how long Fengguan could run rampant. Bai Shangguan's ambition didn't lie in one county or one county. He often went to the passes in Yanji County to relax and make friends with the commandant who had real power in Bailiang. In the present Bailiang County, not to mention the 14 new commandants, any commandant who held the commander's seal was already a very popular person. There were 2 reasons why Su Fengyan chose Bishan County as his base. First, the aftermath of the Yuzhou incident was still lingering. He had to keep an eye on the new provincial governor Hu Kuei and the Yuzhou general Huang Fujin to see if they could play the role of good cop. Second, Yanji County was close to the border. Su Fengyan was greatly disappointed by the number of soldiers in Yuzhou, and he didn't have much confidence in the Yuzhou border army. He wanted to go to the border to take a look when he had time. Third, he wanted to personally experience the new atmosphere in Bailiang's officialdom. He could see the big picture from a small clue. It was more accurate and comprehensive than hearsay or even spies' secret reports. Just like the current situation, the internal friction between Fengguan and Zhuijing in Bishan County, and the discord between the county magistrate and the county magistrate had already made Su Fengyan worried. Su Fengyan looked at the sky and got up to go to the kitchen. He helplessly found that the rice jar was already empty. Although he was now no different from a Taoist priest in terms of fasting, and his mysterious realm was far beyond that. Since ancient times, sages and virtuous men had always talked about cultivating Taoism and not immortality. Besides, in order to achieve immortality, what good would it do to cultivate oneself to an inhuman state before becoming an immortal? During this period of time, Su Fengyan didn't forget to eat, drink, or sleep. He went to the table and took a bag of silver, intending to go out and buy a bag of rice. Perhaps it was because Bishan County was barren and unruly. the local tyrannical families didn't treat these newly appointed officials well. The families headed by the Zhu family even closed their doors and refused to see any guests. They were determined to draw a clear line between themselves and these new officials. Chapter 1055. Just as Su Fengyan was about to leave, a young man rushed into the small courtyard, carrying a bag of rice on his shoulder. Su Fengyan did not stand on ceremony with him, accepting the bag of rice with a smile and pouring it into the rice vat. The young man beside him was surnamed Zhu, and his name was Zhengli. They had gotten to know each other through drinking. He was a local born and raised in Bishan County, and he claimed to be a poor son of a small family that had been rejected by a wealthy family in Yanji County. How could Su Fengyan not have guessed that he was a true descendant of the Zhu family? However, since Zhu Zhengli was unwilling to admit it, he did not expose him. Zhu Zhengli had a free and easy temperament and was one of the few righteous sons of a large family. It was probably because of his Bailiang's knight-errant nature that he did not mix well with the other sons in Bishan County. Instead, there were many disputes. A few years ago, because of an incident that implicated his family, he had gotten into a heated argument with the previous county magistrate. One must know that the county magistrate was not an official. The county magistrate's position was not high, but it was the local emperor under the provincial governor. To be able to sit in this position, one must have a background that was not to be underestimated, and one must also have an extraordinary knowledge of officialdom. It was easy for him to cause the downfall of the commoners. Zhu Zhengli dared to provoke the county magistrate because he himself did not understand the ways of the world. Moreover, the Zhu family in Bishan County did indeed have a deep foundation. If the head of the Zhu family really spoke, not only the county magistrate, even the governor of Yanji County, Hong Shandong, would have to obediently keep quiet. It was only because the Zhu family had retired in recent years that the monkeys in Bishan County were able to become kings. Zhu Zhengli was a guy who liked to nag. At this time, he was laughing at how Su Qi's position as a registrar was too shabby. He couldn't get anything out of it, and it would be hard for him to not be filthy rich. He even said that Su Qi's family must have used up all their savings to donate such a lousy position. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a miserable state without food? Su Fengyan didn't refute him. He just smiled and reminded this guy not to expose others' shortcomings in front of a dwarf. Zhu Zhengli laughed loudly, but didn't continue to nag about Su Qi's dire situation. Su Fengyan took out a pot of green ant wine. The two of them sat under the grape trellis, each holding a large white porcelain bowl. The sun in Bailiang was particularly vicious. Summer had just begun, but it was already as unbearably hot as Jiangnan. The good thing about it was that as long as they stayed in the shade, the wind would cool them down. With a bowl of green ant wine for each of them, the two of them were even more carefree than immortals. Su Fengyan drank a mouthful of wine, squinted his eyes, and smiled drunkenly. He asked, "Today, there are real shortages everywhere in Yuzhou. Why don't you tell your elders to find a loophole? Make up your mind and take out a few hundred taels of silver to find a backdoor. Then, find a famous person with a bit of reputation and ask for a recommendation letter. Even if I don't become a county registrar, it won't be difficult for me to get an official position. In the future, I won't be able to make a name for myself in Bailiang's underworld. It's even more impossible in the future. It's better to be a civil official." Zhu Zhengli shook his head like a rattledrum. "What's so good about being an official? It's not good to ride on the heads of ordinary people. Not to mention that I came from a poor family. Even if I did have money, I wouldn't waste it. If I really want to be an official, it's better to join the army at the border. It's more comfortable to rely on one's own ability to earn real military merits." Su Fengyan joked, "With your mediocre skills, it's fine if you fight in an ordinary battle. Not to mention encountering crows, even if you run into the second-rate cavalry of Beimang, it's no different from throwing your life away. No matter how boring it is to be an official, is it interesting to be a dead man?" Zhu Zhengli sighed and rubbed his chin. "That's why my grandmother doesn't want me to join the army. She said that she'd rather have me eat and wait for death in Bishan County than to see her own child die. She also said that if I dared to sneak out of Yanji County, she'd find someone to break one of my legs. Hey, my grandmother always keeps her word. Everyone in my family is afraid of her, like a mouse in front of a cat. I wasn't afraid when I was young, but I became more and more afraid when I grew up. Su Fengyan mischievously asked, "How's your little sister, who fell in love with County Magistrate Bai at first sight?" Zhu Zhengli felt a toothache when he heard this. With a bitter face, he said, "I'm puzzled. You have the same rank as that embroidered pillow by Shank, and you're even more handsome than that pretty boy. It's strange, my little sister doesn't like you and insists on getting close to that guy surnamed Bai. She doesn't even have the modesty that a woman should have. That's fine, but there's an old saying that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a layer of gauze. I don't think that guy surnamed Bai gives my little sister any face. That's why I'm so worried. And if that scowling guy really becomes my brother-in-law, I'll definitely—" "Su Chi, what's that saying again?" Su Fengyan laughed. "Chickens and dogs hear each other's voices, but they don't interact with each other for the rest of their lives." Zhu Zhengli slapped Registrar Su's shoulder and didn't forget to wipe the wine off his hand. He laughed. "Su Chi, no wonder you can become our Bishan County's registrar. You've studied for a few days. I can't do that. Once I touch a book, I faint and want to sleep. If I were to practice martial arts, I wouldn't have a problem even if I didn't rest for a few days and nights. But my grandmother wouldn't let me practice martial arts no matter what. Sai, brother, I'm just a waste of my talent." Su Fengyan smiled and said bluntly, "Your talent is average and can't be much better. I'm only telling you the truth because we're friends." Zhu Zhengli didn't get angry. He glared at him and said, "When Wang Xianji first started out in the martial arts world, the seniors in the martial arts world said that her talent was average. Besides, I don't have to be a world-shaking hero to practice martial arts. It's fine if I can beat up a few bullies in the village." Su Fengyan nodded. Zhu Zhengli finished a bowl of wine and shook the wine pot. There was about half a bowl left. He put it down and said that he had snuck out from home to get some fresh air. He still had to go back and deal with the books of the saints. If his grandmother found out, he would be crippled the next time they met. Su Fengyan didn't send him off. He laughed. "Remember to bring wine the next time you visit." Zhu Zhengli, who had jogged away, turned around and raised his middle finger. Su Fengyan smiled and poured himself another half bowl of wine. He sat alone under the grape trellis. The breeze caressed his face and he was in a good mood. Before he finished drinking the green ant in his bowl, he put the bowl on the bamboo chair and stood up to welcome the guest. A white-haired old woman slowly walked into the courtyard with a walking stick. She was stunned when she saw Su Fengyan. She sat down in front of Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan only sat down after she sat down. The old woman was the head of the Zhu family in Bishan County. The Zhu family had 4 generations. In the previous 3 generations, there were more females than males. Zhu Zhengli was the only child in his generation. According to the family tree in the ancestral shrine, there should be 6 or 7 uncles. However, none of them were alive today. It was the same for the previous generation. The old woman was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. As time passed, she became the true backbone of the Zhu family in Bishan County. She was considered a virtuous and respectable mistress in the entire Yanji County. It was said that when the Su family took over Bailiang, General Su Shao and Princess Consort Wu Su had stayed in the Zhu family. Just based on this, who would dare to belittle the Zhu family in Yuzhou, let alone Yanji County? Moreover, the 12 men of the Zhu family of 2 generations had all died at the border in the past 20 years. The old woman was slightly lost in thought. She looked at Su Fengyan and said softly, "You really look like him." Su Fengyan wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman waved her hand. She leaned on her walking stick with both hands and looked at the door of the courtyard. She said, "At first, I wanted to see the Registrar General who could make my grandson call him brother. After seeing him, I understood. Back then, when the head of the Zhu family met the general, it was more or less the same situation. The general didn't put on airs. My husband wanted nothing more than to repay him with his life. He was clumsy and didn't say much, but he did." Su Fengyan said in a low voice, "This old man, please don't worry. I definitely won't let Zhu Jingli follow in his ancestors' footsteps. This time, I took root in Bishan County and didn't even dare to visit the Zhu family. It was a coincidence that I met Zhu Jingli. In the future, when I leave, it's likely that we won't meet again. I hope this old man won't worry. The old woman grunted and didn't say anything else. The old woman sat quietly for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. She slowly stood up. Su Fengyan stood up and walked her to the door. The old woman suddenly asked, "Can you really defend it?" Su Fengyan replied calmly, "If we can't, I'll have to trouble this old man to tell Zhu Zhengli that Su Qi ran to the Central Plains to become an official." The old woman reached out her trembling hand and touched Su Fengyan's head. The old woman slowly walked towards the carriage that was parked at the corner of the alley. Before she got on the carriage, she saw the young man at the door silently watching her leave. She murmured, "So similar." Chapter 1056. The capital of Yanji County was close to Qingan County. Su Fengyan, as the county clerk, didn't visit Governor Hong Shandong back then. This time, he rushed to the capital because he had other plans. Now, he didn't even have a coachman by his side. Su Yanbing went to Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou to serve as one of the 8 captains of Beiliang's border. His main purpose was to intimidate the important people in the border army who were related to Yozhou's general family. Su Yanbing was one of the 15 people in the new martial arts evaluation. Just this point alone was enough to make people afraid. Moreover, he was once Su Zhao's trusted retainer. In the spring and autumn period, it was common for a ruler to bestow a surname to his trusted subordinates, especially those who were born in the wilderness. However, there were only a few people on Su Zhao's side. Lu Yanbing was one of them. It was said that a new ruler brings in new subordinates. Su Yanbing had been trusted by the king of Beiliang for 2 dynasties. In the eyes of outsiders, even the infantry commander Yan Wenluan had to give him some face. Now that the new King Liang, who was ranked 6th in the world, was said to be able to take on 2,000 cavalry, who would protect him? When Su Fengyan led his horse into the city, he used Su Qi's identity and had an official's record. Naturally, he was unimpeded. When Su Fengyan entered the capital, he saw many young men and women in luxurious clothes. They all got off their horses and walked through the city gate. Even after passing through the city gate and getting back on their horses, they didn't dare to gallop wildly. They were no longer as arrogant and unrestrained as before. Moreover, no one dared to carry a Beiliang saber. It was probably because the smell of blood in Yuzhou had yet to disperse. Half of the northern Liang's heroic image had been forcefully stripped away. After Su Fengyan entered the city, he continued to lead his horse slowly toward a rare house with mountains and water. In Beiliang, one only needed to look at the amount of water, the number of wells, and the amount of winter snow stored in the cellar. It was even more impressive to be able to be near a lake. As for Mount Qingliang, since the family head's surname was Su, it didn't need to be said. Within Yanji County, Hu Bai was a spy. He was still very young, but his senior spy had placed high hopes on him as early as his youth. It wasn't common for a spy to become an official in Beiliang, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Hu Bai was very handsome. He didn't read much, but he was born with a scholarly air. The turtle spy in Yanji County had once been his master's subordinate, so he had taken care of Hu Bai in silence. As a result, he had assigned him a job that didn't require much effort, but was very pleasing and beneficial to his future. At first, when Hu Bai heard that he was going to be a woman spy, he wasn't very happy. He only listened to orders, as that was the duty of a spy. However, when Hu Bai became the young and rich shopkeeper of the silk shop on the street and saw the woman with his own eyes, he didn't have any complaints. Hu Bai had seen many beautiful women. Some were as flirtatious as peonies. Some were as pure as white lotuses. He had even tasted the flavor of the courtesan of a large brothel. His state of mind was always as tranquil as an ancient well, but he had never seen such a soul-stirring woman. Moreover, there was something else besides her appearance that made it even more difficult for Hu Bai to let go of. Hu Bai followed his duty and didn't dare take a single step past the minefield. He didn't take the initiative to meet her. She rarely showed her face on the street. From the time she appeared in the silk shop until she disappeared, It was only a door's distance away. Hu Bai didn't even raise his head. He could only watch her out of the corner of his eye. Occasionally, he would lie on the roof in the middle of the night and drink wine. He would glance at the pitch-black courtyard not far away and know that she lived there. Hu Bai didn't probe into her background. He only wanted to be able to guard her like this, neither near nor far. One day at a time, and it would be best if he could spend a lifetime with her. He only knew that the woman's surname was Pei, and that she lived in seclusion. She had never had a social interaction with the officials and nobles of Yanji County. Her temperament was always cold and cheerless. Even though this unavoidably gave people a feeling of lethargy, it was still breathtaking. There were many manners of influential people in Yanji County nearby, and it wasn't that there weren't people with a keen sense of smell who would act upon hearing the news. On a dark and windy night, Hu Bai had personally knocked out more than 10 people, including their master and servants. The military chancellor, who was as fat as a pig, was choked by Hu Bai's neck, lifted a foot off the ground, and viciously smashed his head against the wall of the alley, causing him to faint on the spot. That night, when County Governor Hong Dong heard about this matter, he got out of bed in a hurry and flew into a rage. He actually mobilized a large force and quickly mobilized 30 armored soldiers armed with crossbows to drag away those fellows. The next day, not only did the military chancellor lose his official position, his entire family was expelled from the county city. After that, no one dared to fight anymore. There were still people who wanted to fight to win a smile from the beauty, but they never saw that door open. Later on, it was unknown what the county governor said, but the loafers in the noble families who liked to pretend to be cultured disappeared overnight. That alley returned to its original tranquility without a trace of smoke and fire. Today, Hu Bai was skillfully dealing with the wealthy women in gold and silver, earning the best money in the world. Between transactions, it was unknown who was taking advantage of who. He was teasing 2 women who were like wolves and tigers when he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone leading a horse past the door. In the blink of an eye, he sized up that person from head to toe, not even missing the quality of the horse and the material of the saddle. Not sensing anything strange, Hu Bai planned to withdraw his gaze. Unexpectedly, that person, intentionally or otherwise, turned his head to look inside the shop and happened to meet Hu Bai's gaze. The two of them almost smiled at the same time. Hu Bai waited for that person to ride past and disappear from his sight before he frowned. However, when he thought about how there were many hidden guards on this street and how there was no lack of experts who were more skilled in martial arts than him, he didn't worry unnecessarily. The corners of his mouth curled up, thinking that the young master's appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. In Yanji County, which was full of beautiful women but sloppy men, it was indeed rare to see such a person. When the women in the shop saw the smile on Hu Bai's face, they were even more willing to spend a lot of money. However, when they held the satin material, the strength of their palms that brushed against the back of Hu Bai's arm quietly increased. After Pei Nanwei moved into this courtyard, she left behind 2 diligent young maidservants to serve her, but they couldn't be considered intimate. She would only joke with them when she was in a good mood. These were all teasing words from an experienced woman. She would ask them if they had someone they liked or if they needed her to be a matchmaker. The maidservants would always blush and mumble, not knowing how to answer. After laughing, Pei Nanwei would turn around and forget about it. She didn't really want to be a matchmaker. Over time, the 2 maidservants roughly understood the temperament of the mistress of the courtyard. At first, they thought that she was a concubine kept in a golden house by some official in Yanji County. Later, they didn't see any men enter the courtyard, so they didn't have this conjecture. She was such a great beauty that even they couldn't take their eyes off of. If someone really took a fancy to her and raised her here, how could he bear to throw her away and not come back to pamper and dote on her for a few months? Today, maidservant Zhu Hai heard a series of tireless knocks on the door. At first, she didn't want to pay attention to it, thinking that it was an ignorant fellow who would soon be dragged away like a dead dog. But after half a cup of tea, the knocks didn't stop. Zhu Hai was puzzled. Was there really such a hero in the county capital who didn't fear death? She hesitated for a moment, thinking that since her mistress was in the backyard and couldn't hear anything, she might as well go and take a look to see who was so reckless. When she opened the door, she was immediately stunned. Oh, it was a handsome guy. So handsome that he looked like a scholar from the novel Gifted Scholar and Beautiful Woman. Moreover, after he opened the door, he smiled at the maidservant Zhu Hai across the threshold. His smile made Zhu Hai's heart beat like a deer. She only felt that he was gentler and more handsome than shopkeeper who from the neighboring silk shop. Su Fengyan gently said, "My name is Su Qi. I am the prefect of Bishan County. Your mistress Pei knows me. May I trouble you to inform her?" The maidservant was in a difficult position. She knew about Bishan County, and she also knew the importance of a prefect. But if this person said that he knew her mistress, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. "Young Master Su, no matter how handsome you are, it's not a reason for you to swagger into the courtyard." She didn't dare to disturb Mistress Pei because of this. If everyone had to report their name, this courtyard would have long been trampled over by the group of lechers from Yanji County. Even the limestone bricks on the ground of the alley would have to be replaced. Zhu Hai's face was full of suspicion and doubt. She was unwilling to move, so she just stared at him, unwilling to turn around. Su Fengyan was also a bit helpless against this dutiful maidservant. After thinking, he said, "Prefectural Governor Hong Shandong sent me here. If you inform Mistress Pei and she still refuses to see guests, you can hit me with a broom. Is that all right?" Chapter 1057. In Yanji County, Hong Shandong was already the highest-ranking official. To be able to work in this courtyard, the servant girl, Zhu Hai, also knew the severity of the situation. After thinking for a moment, she said earnestly, "I'll go and inform the young lady. I won't close the courtyard door, but you're not allowed to walk into the courtyard without permission." Su Fengyan nodded. The servant girl turned to leave, half believing and half doubting. She didn't forget to turn her head to see if the young man was really being obedient. Seeing that he didn't move at all, she quickened her steps and boldly went to the rear courtyard to inform the young lady. Su Fengyan sat on the threshold, his back to the courtyard. He looked at the horse on the street that couldn't be considered a good horse, but it wasn't a bad one either. As for the few pairs of cold eyes hidden in the shadows, Su Fengyan could easily and clearly feel their heartbeats. Su Fengyan was somewhat moved by their strict adherence to their duties. When outsiders mentioned Beiliang, their first impression would definitely be of the invincible cavalry and the White Horse Scouts. However, they weren't familiar with the Beiliang spies and death soldiers that Chu Lushan had single-handedly created. In fact, over the years, there hadn't been many battles between the two armies on the battlefield. However, the exchange of lives between Beiliang and Beimang's spiderweb and Liang's Zhaogo had never stopped. Su Fengyan came to his senses and turned his head to look. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The servant girl actually carried a broom and angrily ran over. She wouldn't stop until she kicked him out of the door. He didn't need to guess to know that the woman, Pei Nanwei, had set a trap for him. Su Fengyan stood up and watched the servant girl use the broom to use the long-lost dog-beating stick technique in Jianghu. He quickly left the courtyard and retreated to the bottom of the steps. He laughed angrily at the courtyard door and said, "The one surnamed Pei you win." The maidservant stood at the door angrily and waved the broom. She suddenly turned her head and saw her miss standing on the steps in the courtyard with a smile that she had never seen before. There was no coldness when she was listening to her report. Only then did Zhu Hai realize that she had most likely made a big mistake. She turned her head and looked pitifully at the young master named Su Qi at the foot of the steps. The young man who was almost hit in the face by the broom smiled and walked up the steps. He was not angry. He took the broom from her hand and stepped over the threshold. He glared at Pei Nanwei, who was gloating. "Is it very fun?" Previously, she had lost her status as Princess Jing and now she didn't even have a place in the beauty rankings. Her expression turned cold once more. The servant girl, Zhu Hai, stood timidly behind Su Fengyan, not knowing what to do. The other servant girl stood behind Pei Nanwei. She looked at the young man who was dressed in plain clothes. Like Zhu Hai, she felt that it was inconceivable. Their miss had once casually refused the visit of the prefectural governor in Yanji County. When Sir Hong heard of this, he was furious. He didn't even fart. After waiting for an answer at the courtyard door, he turned and left. Since that was the case, perhaps only the provincial governor of Yuzhou had the qualifications. But where did such a young and high-ranking person come from? He was the eldest son of the administrator and the #1 official in Beiliang's court, Li Hanlin. A prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf was more precious than gold. He had made a name for himself on the border. But wasn't he just a ranger of the crossbow cavalry? Pei Nanwei's expression was full of mockery. She sneered softly, "Zhu Hai Mei Jiao. Why haven't you paid your respects to the king of Beiliang, who is visiting Yanji County incognito? You should know that you won't get another chance like this if you miss this village. Not everyone can meet the youngest pillar Gua of the Liang dynasty." The two servant girls didn't have time to distinguish between the truth and the lies. They were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a thump. Zhu Hai, the servant girl who had been holding a broom, immediately burst into tears. Su Fengyan said softly, "Get up. Don't listen to your miss nonsense." The servant girls didn't dare get up even if they were beaten to death. They would rather believe that it was true than not. Who would dare joke around with their lives? If it really was that new king of Beiliang who killed without blinking an eye, wouldn't killing these two servant girls be as easy as breathing? Besides, the whole of Beiliang was amazed that the new king of Beiliang was the 6th most powerful person in the world. If he was happy, wouldn't he have his cavalry kill people? If he was unhappy, he would do it himself. Su Fengyan put down the broom and said to Pei Nanwei, "I am now the secretary of Bishan district. I need someone to cook. Do you have any ideas?" Pei Nanwei said resolutely, "No." Su Fengyan dismissed it with a smile. He walked over and picked up the girl, then walked towards the courtyard door. Pei Nanwei wanted to see the world in chaos. She screamed, "Someone come! Someone is kidnapping a girl." No one paid attention to her fanning the flames. The two servant girls secretly looked up and saw their miss, who had a cold temperament, screaming like she was possessed. No matter how young they were and how inexperienced they were still girls. They could tell what was going on. They didn't dare to get up and watched as their miss was taken away by the young man who might or might not really be the king of Beiliang. Outside the door, Su Fengyan threw her onto the horse's back and led the horse out of the alley. The spy Hu Bai walked through the alley. He glanced at the silent girl on the horse's back. He lowered his head and continued to walk. The word wish rose in her heart, but died in an instant. Su Fengyan turned his head and looked at the back view that could not hide the loneliness. He did not speak. After leading the horse out of the city, he mounted it and sat behind Pei Nanwei. They galloped all the way back to Bishan County. Soon, everyone in the county knew that the Registrar General had a beautiful wife. It was really a failure in the officialdom. Couldn't stop this Registrar General from being proud of his love life. When the county premier, Zhu Jing, heard that everyone in the county yamen was talking about this, he couldn't hold back anymore. It was the first time he took the initiative to bring wine to his humble home. It was indeed amazing. However, the woman was wearing a bramble hairpin and a cloth dress. It was really a trap for Su Qi, who had fallen from grace. If it was him, wouldn't he serve her like a female bodhisattva? However, the woman, who looked like she had just become a wife, didn't pay attention to anyone. After arriving at Bishan County, she only dragged Registrar General Su to buy tea, rice, oil, and salt for the first 2 days. She took care of the house in peace. When she met with visitors who had ulterior motives, she only showed her face slightly as the mistress of the small yard. She barely maintained her etiquette and didn't show any friendliness. They could only see her moving the worthless potted plants and feeding the chickens and ducks in the corner. Zhu Jing was so sly that he played a trick. He intentionally let Registrar General Su Qi handle some unimportant old cases in the county yamen. The woman would also come slowly with a box of food. She would wait for Su Qi to finish the piping hot food before returning with the box. It was so simple, but it was enough to hook the eyes of the people in the county yamen to the ground. They couldn't wait to be stepped on by her. Even County Magistrate Feng Guan, who had always been arrogant, started to chat with Su Qi, his subordinate, punctually at noon. However, when the woman showed up, he would take the initiative to leave. Even County Magistrate Bai Shank didn't try to get close to Su Qi. He just changed his clothes every day. Someone started calling the woman Madame Su. After she nodded and smiled, the title Madame Su gradually spread throughout the county yamen. Obviously, thanks to Madame Su, the Registrar General finally looked like an official. Every 2 or 3 days, people would invite him to drink. Su Qi didn't refuse any of them and would return home reeking of alcohol. This day was the summer solstice. In the twilight, Su Fengyan looked drunk, but his eyes were clear. He returned to the courtyard and sat at the table. Even though he had already eaten, he still ate simple dishes with more vegetables than meat at the same table with her. These days it had been like this. During the day they didn't talk much. At night they didn't sleep on the same bed. Su Fengyan could be considered to be sleeping on the floor. If news of this spread, it would definitely make people happy. It would make those old men who had lost their souls feel relieved. Su Fengyan sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the shade. Pei Nanwei cleaned up the dishes and lay on the bamboo bench beside Su Fengyan, gently shaking a reed fan. Pei Nanwei said, "It's the summer solstice?" Su Fengyan grunted. Pei Nanwei stopped fanning and asked, "Many people are going to die in Guangling?" Su Fengyan was silent. Pei Nanwei raised her head and looked at the twilight. She laughed softly and said, "The good people in the history books are all perfect people without any flaws. As for the bad people, it seems that they can't do a single good thing. If you were to die one day, wouldn't there be a single good word about you?" Su Fengyan squatted on the small bench and still didn't say anything. He only took the fan in her hand. He wasn't as stingy as she was. After waving the fan, both of them felt cool. Pei Nanwei leaned to the side and gazed at him. "Aren't you number 6 in the world? If you can conjure 1 or 2 mu of reeds for me, I'll let you sleep on the bed tonight." Su Fengyan calmly said, "Even if I'm an immortal on Earth, I still don't have this ability. Besides, what's the difference between letting me sleep on the bed and you sleeping on the floor?" Pei Nanwei held her belly and laughed. Then she winked at him and said, "You're the number 6 in the world for nothing." Su Fengyan laughed. "Who said I wasn't?" Chapter 1058. A group of 50 cavalrymen galloped through the grasslands bordering Liangmang toward a pasture heavily guarded by soldiers. Beiliang placed unparalleled importance on horse control. Every single one of these cavalrymen carried a saber and crossbow, and their war horses were all of the best quality. Clearly, they were the elite fighting force of the Beiliang. Of the 80 types of horse stalls in Beimang, other than the crow stalls that Dongjua had raised with countless gold and silver tails, there were no other enemy scouts that the crossbowmen took seriously. This was not because the crossbowmen were blindly conceited, but because they had slowly accumulated their self-confidence through countless close combat and bloody battles. As for the white horse scouts, which could be considered the most majestic of the crossbowmen, to put it bluntly, any one of these cavalrymen would have to make a detour and make way for them. Moreover, they would be wholeheartedly convinced of their superiority. This group of former members of the Little Snow Battalion had just accumulated enough military merit to be promoted to the White Horse Scouts. Thus, they had been specially granted permission by the Beiliang Protector General, Chu Lushan, to go to the Shenli pasture to select war horses. If these 50 cavalrymen did not deserve to be proud, then who else in the world deserved to be proud in front of them? During the assault that had turned the Southern Dynasty into a civ last year, this group of cavalrymen had opened a path for the 8,000 Longxiang army and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. They had uprooted more than 10 Beimang beacons and beheaded no less than 200 people. Of the 50 scouts that had penetrated deep into the hinterland, only 4 were left alive. They were the group leader Li Hanlin, the group leaders Lu Do and Li Shiyue, and the group leader Hu Tu. Among the 46 new riders, most of them were old scouts, but there were also some who were transferred from the Longxiang army to the Little Snow Camp. For example, the youngest group leader and the youngest crossbowman was a baby-faced teenager named Flea. He used to be a cavalryman of the Longxiang army. He participated in the Battle of Huluku and killed 4 enemies, which was not too shocking. However, he killed 18 horses, which made the recorder who recorded the military exploits speechless. This teenager, whose ancestors were herdsmen of the border, also made people dumbfounded. He didn't want the military exploits, but he squatted beside his beloved dead horse and wailed, which shocked Yuan Zuozong and the deputy commander of the cavalry. Old General, he squatted beside the kid and tried to comfort him for a long time, but it was useless. He was so angry that he slapped the kid's head and angrily asked his retinue to bring him a horse that he had ridden for less than half a year. The teenager didn't show any politeness to Commander He and accepted it unwillingly. He even had a bastard attitude of accepting it. If Yuan Zuozong didn't drag him away, the bad-tempered commander, he would have kicked the little bastard. This was not a joke. When he had just become a crossbowman, Sergeant Hong Run had already suffered. In the end, he was beaten into a pig's head by the nimble young man. The young man's martial arts were not methodical. His skills were all unorthodox, especially his horsemanship. He was so skilled that he could lie down and sleep on the back of a galloping horse. Among them, only Sergeant Li Hanlin could touch Big Flea. In fact, if it was a fight, Sergeant Lu Do could easily defeat the young man. However, he could not withstand the repeated defeats of this rash young man. Lu Do could not really kill this stubborn child. Besides, he was not in the mood to tease this subordinate. In the end, only Sergeant Li Hanlin could kiss Big Flea. Now that they were close to Shenli Ranch, one of the best places in Bailiang, the air was filled with the strong smell of horse dung. The 50 cavalrymen almost sniffed at the same time. Their faces were full of intoxication. Many men in brothels would not feel so comfortable lying on the soft and tender bodies of women. Standing on the back of Big Flea's horse, it was as if his feet were nailed to the horse's back. He looked around and quickly made a gesture unique to the crossbowmen of the Little Snow Battalion. Deputy Commander Li, who had received the enemy intelligence, laughed and scolded, "Flea, you've gone crazy from wanting to fight. You haven't even tasted a woman before. You're such an energetic young man. Last time, when Commander Li took us to the brothel, we all thought that one of them was too little. We were afraid that Commander Li's prestige would be affected. Look at Fang Hutu, he only called 3 sisters. He wasn't worried at all that our Commander Li's purse wasn't full at all. Look at you, you're squatting in front of the door, saying that you're going to keep watch for us. Aren't you ashamed?" Fang Hutu, who looked fierce but had an extremely gentle temperament, chuckled and touched his lips. Flea curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What sisters? You're calling them ants. Sergeant Li used to say that old cows eat young grass." Fang Hutu, on the other hand, said that young cows eat old grass. What a waste. What's the difference between that and a colt eating grass? I think it's shameful. Fang Hutu grimaced. Li Hanlin chuckled softly and said, "That brothel in Liangzhou's frontier fortress is not bad, but compared to my hometown in Lingzhou, it's really far away. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to Lingzhou to ride horses. There are plump women, thin women, tall women, petite women, pointy chins, perky butts, and big breasts. There are all kinds of women." Riding horses was a term used by Bailiang Frontier Army. More than 40 cavalrymen behind Li Hanlin had drooling faces. There were also people like Li Hanlin who wiped their mouths and drooled. Only the young man rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are fooling around. Don't drag me into it. I'll be fine as long as I have a Big Flea. If there's a girl I like in the future, I'll go through the wedding ceremony with her." A bald cavalryman who was sitting cross-legged on the back of a horse had a sweet grass stem in his mouth. He laughed and said, "Flea, don't tell me you like men. What do you think of me? I'm a man who weighs 200 pounds. I have muscles, stamina, and spear skills. If you don't like me after you try me, you can always return me." Flea was a flea. However, he had been in the army for many years. He had heard all kinds of dirty words. He glanced at the big bald man and said, "Xiegong, go and ride the mare you're sitting on. No wonder I hear your little date screaming in the stable every night. Take it easy. It's Bailiang's iron law to treat the war horses well. If you, Xiegong, really hurt little date, even our platoon leader can't protect you." Li Shiyue, Fang Hutu, and this group of rough men all roared with laughter. Xiegong didn't seem to mind at all, shaking his bald head and laughing to himself, not forgetting to bend down and pat his mount's back. This man who had once used his fingers to gouge out the eyeballs of a northern Mang scout and eat them used an exceptionally gentle voice to say, "Little date, don't lower yourself to our squad leader's level. It's easy to reason with someone who's high enough to bully others." Originally, the crossbowmen didn't have the habit of giving nicknames to their war horses. However, the young man had given each of the 50 war horses a name, such as Xiegong's Little Date, Fang Huta's Big Yuan, Li Shirue's Mei and Kangzhan's father-in-law. No one could escape this calamity. Over time, everyone tacitly agreed. Flea suddenly shouted, "Platoon leader!" Li Shirue rolled his eyes and said, "You're the only one who shits and pees so much, big or small. Can't you bear it any longer? It's only a few steps until we reach Shenli Horse Farm." For the first time, the young man said embarrassedly, "Small." Li Hanlin snapped his fingers. The 50 men immediately separated from their horses and stood in a row. They pulled their bailiang blades behind their backs and unbuckled their belts in unison. The 50 war horses stopped at almost the same time. They turned around and slowly stopped behind their masters. Bailiang had 300,000 cavalrymen, and the war horses were their wives. Moreover, they were much more obedient than real wives. They would never leave their wives. How many Bailiang cavalrymen had died on the battlefield? And how many war horses had starved to death after their masters died? "Platoon leader, I heard that last time you went to Beimang with Deputy Liu and Li Shirue and killed your way north. You like to use barbarian heads as urinals? Bullshit. Platoon leader, why are you being so modest? The brothers of the Little Snow Battalion all said so. Even the lieutenant didn't deny it. Deputy Liu, don't you think so? Little Biao, you're still too young and ignorant. What's the use of asking Blockhead Liu? You should ask the wise and handsome Lord Li Shirue. I'll tell you the truth. Li Shirue, you peed your pants. Ah? Damn you. You dare to lie to me? Little Biao, you've just had sex in a brothel and you dare to make fun of Lord Li Shirue? Take this. F***CKU, Li Daibiao, can you do it? Why did you pee all over my body? Go and pee on a ladle. All right, stop. Same old rules. Whoever pees the furthest will have their war horse eat first. Who is it today? Li Shirue. Yes, it's definitely you, Li Shirue. This pee will definitely be all over Beimang. That's right. Other than Li Shirue, who else can pee so flirtatiously? Whoever is shameless. Come out. I'll be the first to slap him. Damn it, I can tolerate other people's flattery, but it's clearly you, Gao Chonghong, who peed the furthest. You're still a platoon leader. Can't you have some backbone? Li Shirue, even if this bastard peed the furthest, he can only be the trash at the bottom. So you'll still be the first, it's a done deal. Ludo face-bombed. Having such a group of shameless subordinates was really a headache. Li Hanlin, the platoon leader, kept a straight face and nodded his head seriously. He fastened his belt and mounted his horse. After a short period of laughing and joking around, the 50 white horse scouts all mounted their horses again. No one was standing, sitting, or lying down sloppily. All of them straightened their backs. The 50 riders charged into the gate of the Shenli Ranch in succession. There were only 50 men, 50 swords, and 50 crossbows, but the domineering aura of whoever blocked the way would die was vividly displayed in this silent and austere charge. The soldiers on the horse ranch's arrow tower stared blankly at the 50 riders. Their hearts swayed, and their faces were filled with worship and reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1059. The group ascended the beacon tower at the peak of Luohu Hill. There was the old Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji, the green-robed scholar Chao Chongqing, who was still ranked 4th in the martial rankings, Zhang and I, who carried a red sandalwood sword case, and a dozen or so people from West Chu who had come out of Honglu Cave. Most of them had followed their fathers and retired to the mountains for many years and were in the prime of their lives. It was hard to imagine that this group of young people would become the pillars supporting the great cause of West Chu's restoration of the country. Among them, the youngest was not yet 20 years old. He carried 4 long swords on his back. He was the grandson of Lu Dantian, the great master of swordsmanship in West Chu. His name was Lu Sichu. He had come down the mountain this time to roam Jianghu. No one thought that he would be involved in the restoration of the country. However, the youth had spent some time with Li Chungang in Honglu Cave. At that time, he did not know that the old man in the sheepskin fur coat who transplanted rice was the god of swords. It was too late for regrets. The youth's gaze kept sneaking glances at the princess in front of him. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was a long time and it happened many times. However, the elders beside him were not in the mood to pay attention to the ignorant feelings of a child. Jiang and I, who was ranked third in the Rouge ranking, also did not pay any attention to this delicate and pretty youth that she always felt had not grown up. As they were ascending the mountain, Pei Sui, the remaining evil of the Pei family of the spring and autumn period, said softly, "The puppet-like Duke of Huainan Zhaoying has already sent his troops down the mountain. King of Jing and Zhao Sun's 6,000 cavalry have also arrived at Chao Ao Lake. The crown prince of Yan Qi Zhao Zhu's 1,000 men and horses have temporarily not shown up. In my opinion, if our Dechu wants to conquer the northern lands, we need to first take down these imperial troops under the banner of pacifying the rebellion to prevent future troubles. Moreover, after they fall, the various vassal kings' territories will have their own power to rise up in revolt. I think that Duke of Guangling Zhao Yi will not gamble his life and family as a stake and raise his troops to rally the other vassal kings." A burly old general who had been on the battlefield nodded in agreement. "Grand Preceptor, Mr. Chao, Pei Sui is right." Sun Shiji climbed the mountain strenuously, gasping for breath, as if he turned a deaf ear. Chao Chongqing looked at the torrential Guangling River at the foot of Luohu Hill and smiled. "Xie Bian, tell me about it." Xie Bian was a skinny young man, only 4 or 5 years older than LV Sichu. He said slowly, "If that's the case, our forces will be too scattered, which is exactly what Lu Shangxiang wants. This is a trap set up by the imperial court of Liang. The bait is the remnants of the fallen kingdoms of the Spring and Autumn dynasties, making us believe that we have an opportunity to take advantage of. In reality, when it comes to fighting wars, Eastern Yu, Northern Han, and Southern Tang are all far inferior to the truly elite armies of the Zhao clan. 20 years ago, this was the case. 20 years later, there's no need to even mention it. Only our great Chu still has a chance. Since they can't even be relied on to fight wars, there's no need to extravagantly hope that they can accomplish great things. For something like vying for the world, all talk is useless." Pei Sui was refuted by someone younger than her, but she did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, she sank into contemplation. Among the group, Xie Bian, who was born into a humble family, did not have the slightest bit of stage fright. Stopping his steps, he extended his finger and drew a line from west to east. In a deep voice, he said, "According to Southern Tang's #1 general, great ancestor Gu, the geography of the world is generally higher in the northwest and lower in the southeast. Mountain ranges and waterways run horizontally from east to west, resulting in a confrontation between north and south. More often than not, the north has the advantage over the south. This is especially true for the south and east, which are covered by the ocean and lack room to maneuver. Many of the southern governments like to rely on the great rivers and rivers, using boats to engage in naval warfare to obstruct the northern cavalry from fighting on land. However, the Guangling Road, which is located in the middle of the north and south, is not the same. It has the natural advantage of guarding the river, as well as the valuable foundation of its geographical advantage. Thus, if we fail to defend the river, we can retreat to defend the Huai. If that doesn't work, we can still defend the river as our last resort, preventing us from collapsing 1,000 li. Since we have such a geographical advantage and manpower, we shouldn't waste it. There are only 2 things to do. The first is to beat them up. Directly gather our forces and look for an opportunity to defeat Lu Shangxiang, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan in one fell swoop. If we want to fight, we must directly break their morale. The second thing is very easy. Let's take a beating. Guarding the river, there are 4 major towns, and guarding the Huai, there are 6 places. Now that they are in our hands, we can just let those vassal kings' personal troops beat us up. Relying on them? Chao Chongqing did not say that Xie Bian was right, nor did he say that he was wrong. He laughed softly and said, "Go on. I know you have the nickname Xie half-sentence. Chapter 1060. Xie Shibian nodded and said, being beaten is not because Xie Shibian is looking down on the heroes of the world. It is because our Dechu has the advantage and is not a cause for concern. When the Su family's iron cavalry went south, our great General Shoujiang rebelled. However, we still made Su Shao suffer a lot on the two fronts of the Huaiyan River. The battle at the Tomb of the Princess, the great halberd warriors defending Jinghe, and then the decisive battle at West Leibi. In addition, there were many small and medium-sized battles. Which one of them was not beaten to the point where only bones were left and not meat were left? At that time, it was almost to the point where today, Su Shao gave Chu Lushan 3,000 soldiers and horses, and he could defeat everyone on the same day. If it were not for Chun Jibao's military strategy that was at the pinnacle of haggling over every detail, and if it were not for Yuan Zuozong, who had an excellent view of the overall situation, who was able to win several crucial battles in a row, Su Shao might not have been able to defeat West Leibi like a snake swallowing an elephant. When the young man said this, Grand Preceptor Sun Shiji suddenly lamented, unfortunately, there is no if in history. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. The great Dechu became the fallen West Chu, and Liang became the ruler of the world. In fact, at that time, Dechu looked at Liang the same way Liang looks at Beimang now. They were both uncivilized barbarians. Even if they put on the scholar's robes, they were still not worth mentioning. Xie Shibian respected the Grand Preceptor and waited quietly for a moment. Seeing that the old man had nothing else to say, he continued, now that the war between Liang and our Dechu is about to begin, the people of the Zhao clan are not satisfied and think that victory is within their grasp. They are multitasking and want to win on both sides of the chessboard at the same time. One is to win against us, the other is to win against the world. Liang wants to borrow Dechu's saber to kill people and chop off the last breath of the remnants of the spring and autumn people. That will depend on whether they have the ability to hold this saber tightly. So we have to strike quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. In the end, Great Peace City only has two Ping vassals. One is Gu Jiantong's old faction that has long moved north to the Liangliao border. The other is a new faction led by Lu Baijie and Lu Shengxiang of the Ministry of War. Gu Jiantang is under the control of Beimang, and Lu Shengxiang has yet to fully develop his wings and is leading troops south. If we don't kill them now, when will we? Pei Sui frowned and said, Lu Shengxiang is an old man of the Guangling Spring Snow Building. He is not unfamiliar with us. Won't he have a countermeasure? Xie Shibian shook his head and said, Lu Shengxiang knowing is one thing. Whether he can do it or not is another. Just talk about the Ministry of War. Lu Shengxiang is only the left assistant minister, not even a minister. How can he control Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan, these old generals who have made meritorious contributions during the spring and autumn period? Besides, Pei Sui smiled and said, you don't need to say the second half of your thanks. I know. The son of the Zhao family is incomparably conceited. Perhaps he is intentionally giving us a taste of the sweetness. Just as you said, the armies of the vassals are all bait. Since the Liang imperial court dares to have such disdainful thoughts, there is no harm in openly climbing up the pole. Xie Shibian smiled knowingly. Sun Shiji walked into the beacon and climbed the stairs to the top. He gazed at the rolling eastern dying water at the foot of the mountain. Other than Chao Chongqing and Jiang and I, the others had intentionally or unintentionally retreated far away. The old man said faintly, the imperial court has asked me to return here to be the administrator of the Guangling Path. There are only 4 words. Please enter the jar. Chao Chongqing said softly, the forces of Zhulu Mountain and the spies of Huang Sanjia around the Guangling Path are all for us to use. The old man turned his head to look at this Confucian saint. He said with a sigh, Chongqing, Dechu has dragged you down. The dragon carp of the Chao family was the proudest. After entering the palace at a young age, he studied under the imperial advisor Li Mi and made his debut in the imperial palace of Dechu. After that, he was unknown for more than a decade. He was always a chess piece waiting for the emperor's orders. After Dechu was destroyed, if this Chao Guanzi had not fought against Great Peace City alone, who would have remembered that there were still people in Dechu? Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, Old Grand Preceptor, you know what I want, and know that I have no regrets. The old man put his hands on the brick wall. Luo Hu and Qiu Feng Sui, a young Master Feng who was on duty, had such a large group of people standing on the top floor. He could only hold his halberd and shrink into a corner. But he could not suppress his excitement. Old Grand Preceptor, Chao Guanzi, and the princess. If he could see any one of them, his life would have been worth it. When Master Feng, who had a sword at his waist, saw the woman with the red sandalwood sword box walk towards him, he was stunned. The beautiful woman who was famed in Great Peace City for her sword reached out with a finger. Master Feng's sword came out of its sheath and landed in her hand. She looked at the old sword that had just been taken out of the armory and saw the light of day again. She used her finger to wipe away some of the rust that normal people could not wipe away. She flicked her finger and it gave off a string of tinkling sounds like wind chimes. Master Feng did not know how to take the sword from the princess' hands. He was completely distracted. Sun Shiji and Chao Chongqing looked at each other and smiled. Zhang and I said softly, "I will go to the western wall to take a look." Chao Chongqing nodded. The young woman put two fingers together and swiped forward. The great Liang dragon sparrow came out of its sheath. She stood on the sword and floated down like an immortal. Then she made a sharp turn and rushed along the river to the ruins of the western wall. LV Sichu walked quickly to the side of the building and looked at the figure in a daze. The youth had seen the princess in the Red Deer Cave in Jiangnan a long time ago. But he remembered that, at that time, Sister Jiang was lazy when practicing the sword. Her realm was not high. She had only learned the magical art of controlling the sword. But when she controlled the sword in the air, she was only a few feet above the ground and was shaky. The youth only knew that Sister Jiang had gone to Beiliang and Beimang, and her realm had improved rapidly. He could not even flatter her. In the past, he had to look up to her. He felt that it would be even more so in the future. The youth sighed. He did not know what kind of man Sister Jiang and I would like in the future. In any case, it would not be him, LV Sichu. Sun Shiji suddenly lowered his voice and said indignantly, "That Su family's son is not worthy of our princess." Chao Chongqing's eyes were gentle. He said softly, "I don't know where he started, and I don't know where he will end." The Grand Preceptor was still angry and snorted. Chao Chongqing had a sentence in his heart. Su Fengyan, if one day I, Chao Chongqing, turn from a scholar to a tyrant and become an earth immortal twice in my life, if I am still unable to protect the princess, don't disappoint me. Chapter 1061. Although a sparrow was small, it still had all the essentials. This was the case for the county yamen. The etiquette system was modeled after the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Bishan County had 3 gates and 6 offices. Of the 3 gates, the soap gate was where the officials gathered, and the soap gate came from. As for the patrol gate, the roots of the Beiliang's roaming cavalry were in the patrol gate. The bailiff gate was easy to understand, and even a 3-year-old child would know about it. As for the responsibilities of the 6 offices, as far as Bishan County was concerned, County Magistrate Feng Guan monopolized the 4 offices of officials, workers, and punishment. He only left County Premiers Wujing with a ceremonial room in name only. County Magistrate Bai Shank could be considered to have gotten a rather lucrative military room. As for the 3 gates, Feng Guan monopolized them and viewed them as his exclusive property. This was especially true for the soap gate, which followed County Magistrate Feng Guan blindly, making Wujing especially embarrassed. Actually, as the county magistrate, Su Fengyan should have been the one in charge of the soap gate. However, Feng Guan had even suppressed and ostracized county premiers Wujing mercilessly. So why would he care about Su Fengyan's face? It was just that Su Fengyan's attention was focused on observing the county yamen's operations. As for whether or not this half-baked county magistrate had any authority, it was not important. Although this county magistrate had no intention of fighting for power, he still wandered around the county yamen's 3 gates and 6 offices when he had nothing to do. There were more than a dozen criminals imprisoned in the torture chamber. There were all sorts of people. There were old men who were unable to retire and purposely came here to make a living. There were human traffickers, young ruffians who were looking for trouble, and lowly flower thieves who stole women's undergarments and were sent to prison. However, among the dozen of them, there was only one old man in his 60s who was handcuffed and shackled. The shackles were large and the shackles were heavy shackles. Altogether, they weighed 34 jin. Su Fengyan had specially browsed through the files of the torture chamber, but he couldn't find any clues. Later, he invited the leader of the torture chamber to drink and finally got some information. He only knew that the old man's surname was Shin. He was a notorious bandit in Huzhou. It seemed that he had done a big business that cost him his head. After he succeeded, he didn't divide the loot evenly. Last year, he was attacked by a gang in Qingshan County of Yuzhou and was seriously injured. He fled to this county and was locked up for more than half a year. Originally, he should have been escorted to the county city to be executed at the beginning of this year. However, due to the change in Yuzhou, the new people in Bishan County replaced the old, so the execution was delayed. As for why he wasn't recorded in the torture chamber's records, it was because the leader of the torture chamber was drunk and didn't speak clearly. Since Su Fengyan had nothing to do, he would come to the prison every few days. He would bring a pot of green ant wine and some scraps of meat to eat. He would move a chair to sit in the middle of the aisle and chat with the fellows who had been imprisoned on both sides of the aisle. In the end, other than Thief Shin, all the fellows in the prison would ask for green ant wine to drink. Su Fengyan also rarely refused. After a few rounds, they actually became like drinking buddies. Old Man Shin, on the other hand, had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and look at them. Using the words of the prisoners in the torture chamber, this old bastard had killed several people. He had a murderous aura and a heavy in aura. Every time the skinny old man forced his eyelids open, the corners of his mouth would curl up into a sinister sneer. He looked at the young registrar sitting outside the prison cell, as if he could pull that head off his shoulders with one hand if he wanted to. Every time this happened, the middle-aged man in the cell next to the only serious criminal in Bishan County would try his best to hide his worry. The man's surname was Wang, and he looked like an honest farmer. He seemed to have angered one of the big clans in Bishan County. Not only did he lose his family fortune, he was also thrown into prison. In the past half a year, the big clan's disciples had come twice. Each time they had mocked and ridiculed him. They had even sinisterly declared that they would definitely help support the man's wife and daughter. Even some of the prisoners in the prison felt that this guy was too pitiful. They might as well kill themselves. The enemy's family was enjoying the mother and daughter outside. Could it be that this brother of yours was complaining to those rats that often crawled over his face when he slept? No wonder he was born with a pair of drooping eyebrows. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was destined to suffer. Today, Su Fengyan sat in the prison cell and chatted with the prisoners. He had just received his salary yesterday. Most of it had been confiscated by Pei Nanwei. He didn't know where she had hidden it. Only a few small taels of silver were left. They said it was enough for a month's worth of wine and that he should do as he saw fit. But now the tables had turned. After Feng Guan gave the registrar a workshop, it was mostly county premiers Wujing who treated Su Fengyan to wine. As a result, Su Fengyan's finances were not as tight as before. However, the workshop in Bishan County, which was in charge of farming and irrigation, could only get some meat from mosquitoes' legs. It was not worth mentioning. More importantly, for the first time, County Magistrate Feng had taken the initiative to curry favor with the registrar. This made the county yaman's odd job workers think highly of the registrar. However, when Zhu Jing was drinking, he had intentionally or unintentionally reminded the registrar Su, who was in the dark. Su Fengyan pretended to be muddle-headed. Zhu Jing thought that this kid was possessed and was waiting to see a joke. Su Fengyan pulled over 2 jailers who were already familiar with him. The 3 of them ate cooked meat to go with the wine. If there were any prisoners who were envious, they would also ask the jailers to send them some meat and wine. When a well-dressed young man walked into the cell with a sachet covering his nose, it was inevitable that he was surprised. There were 3 people drinking and eating meat in the corridor. Most of the prisoners were sitting by the wooden bars of the cells near the corridor. Everyone was laughing and talking about dirty things. The young man frowned. Su Fengyan picked up a wine cup and wiped it with his sleeve. He raised the cup with a smile and asked if the young man wanted a mouthful of green ants. The young man gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him. The two jailers knew what was going on. They secretly cast a glance at the Registrar General and then pointed at the prisoner surnamed Wang. Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. The young master walked straight to the farmer's cell. Just as he was about to say something to rub salt into the man's wound, for burly bailiffs were holding two prisoners of different ages. The older one had shifty eyes and the younger one's clothes were ragged. However, he had a pair of dashing eyebrows that exuded a heroic spirit. Even though his face was covered in dirt, people could not help but take a few more glances at him. They only felt that he did not fit in with this prison. However, his steps were slightly slower and he was punched in the back by a bailiff. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The older accomplice hurriedly supported him and smiled obsequiously at the bailiffs. Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "What crime did you commit?" The four bailiffs were closer to County Magistrate Feng Kuo and County Magistrate Bai Shank. They had never paid much attention to this registrar. However, they had more or less accumulated some worldly wisdom in the officialdom. The leader of the bailiffs squeezed out a lukewarm smile and said, in reply to Registrar, it was two lowly thieves. They were extremely daring and stole into this old man Ju's house. They should count themselves lucky that they were not beaten to death on the spot. After he finished speaking, the bailiff quickly walked over to the young man who was using a scented pouch to cover up the stench of the prison. He smiled humbly and said, "Isn't this young Master Song from the county capital? It's an honor to see you. Young Master Song, don't worry. As for that ignorant trash, when we have time, we will entertain him. I guarantee that he will suffer a fate worse than death." The young man with a feminine temperament took out a brocade money pouch and casually threw it to the leader of the bailiffs. He said softly, "Don't really kill him. It's not a big deal, but it's troublesome. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid of trouble." The bailiff who had made a windfall laughed and said, "We know what we're doing. Every time we beat him, we put 2 or 3 layers of cotton cloth on him. There are no visible wounds. It's all internal injuries." The young man looked around and his gaze finally fell on the man surnamed Wang. He pointed at him and laughed. "These two thieves? Why don't we just throw them in here?" The bailiff did not hesitate and said, "That's not difficult." The young man turned his head to look at the two thieves and said with a smile, "After you go in, take care of that old guest. If you take good care of him, you will naturally have a feast of wine and meat." The monkey-cheeked old thief swallowed his saliva and glanced at the small table where the Director General was sitting. He asked timidly, "Sir, can we buy some wine on credit first? I'm sure that once I move in, I'll try to get close to your old friends." Chapter 1062. The young master looked at Su Fengyan. From his point of view, such a small matter was not something a county's registrar official would dare to refuse. Even if he was a newcomer to Bishan County, he should have heard of the Song family's reputation in Yanji County. However, he quickly raised his eyebrows, and a gloomy expression appeared between his brows. That young registrar official actually reached out his hand and lightly covered the wine cup. It was obvious that he was not giving him any face. The old thief, who most likely would not be able to drink, saw this scene and was secretly delighted, since he had unintentionally fanned the flames once, causing a rift between an official and a big playboy. It was not much worse than drinking to his heart's content. Young Master Song sniffed the fragrant sandalwood fragments from the sachet and smiled sinisterly. "Good. I didn't think that there would be someone in Bishan County that I, Song Yu, could not invite. Thank you for your advice." The middle-aged man surnamed Wang, who had never tried to strike up a conversation with Su Fengyan, raised his head and smiled gratefully at this registrar official who did not seem to know the rules of officialdom. Song Yu, the son of the Song family of Yanji County, directly walked out of the cell. After the bailiffs pushed the two thieves into the cell, they also left in large strides. After the registrar official offended young Master Song, he did not even bother to say goodbye. Registrar official Su, who had inadvertently made an enemy, stood up and was about to leave the cell when the old felon with the large bridle suddenly grinned and said, "Young man surnamed Su, your position as an official is quite interesting. I've drunk a few cups of your wine. Don't you mind dirtying my mouth? Come, bring me some wine. Su Fengyan was indifferent. He walked out of the cell and left the wine and meat to the jailer. The old felon cursed and swore, but his eyes met with his two new neighbors. They both nodded. It was a moonlit night with few stars. Su Fengyan was on duty in the workshop. The workshop was in the same row as the torture chamber, but it was in a different row. It was further back, but not far from the prison. Although Bishan County was not worth mentioning, there were many experts in the patrolling, arresting, and torture chamber. Bishan County's jurisdiction was large, and there were many disputes. Furthermore, the number of people in the yamen was limited. If one did not have any real ability, they would have to squat in the latrine pit. This latrine pit had long been tormented by the criminals until it stank. The previous officials of the yamen were still able to see the severity of the matter. If too many cases of murder and arson were piled up, it would no longer be a small matter. Su Fengyan was the only one in the workshop. He suddenly stood up, poured himself a cup of wine, and walked out of the room. Coincidentally, he bumped into four people walking out of the prison. They were all wearing prison guard uniforms that did not fit them well. Su Fengyan was stunned on the spot. He was about to say something when the old felon, who had been freed from his shackles, rushed forward like lightning and punched him in the forehead. The registrar official flew backwards. Before he landed heavily on the ground, the bandit who had suddenly attacked caught up with him. The bandit lifted his leg and placed it on his back. The registrar official's body quietly landed on the ground without a sound. The old man's wrinkled fingers intertwined as he laughed. It's been a long time since I've exercised my muscles and bones. I couldn't help myself and almost missed the important matter of the cicada shedding its carapace. Among the three people behind the old man, there were two bandits and the farmer surnamed Wang who had a tragic past. The latter saw this scene and could not bear to see it. The two in front had cold expressions. One of the young men walked forward and glanced at the registrar official lying on the ground. He said softly, "Elder Shun, this person is an official. Why don't you take him as a hostage? Bishan County's night patrol has always been strict. It's quite troublesome. If something happens along the way, at least we can have a protective talisman. It's not too late to kill him." The old man thought for a while and beckoned to the farmer. He said, "Wang Shiwei, you still have some strength. Carry this person and follow this old man into the mountains. In the future, it will be easy for you to find that Song family descendant for revenge." The farmer, who had a bitter face all year round, did not say anything and carried the registrar official on his back. The four of them, plus the unconscious registrar official, were familiar with the way. The young man who broke into the prison opened the way. When they heard any noise, they would stop and hide. When they could not hide, they would leap onto the wall. Their lightness skills were excellent. Only Wang Shiwei, who only had a few gene of brute strength, did not have any martial arts skills. The old man with the surname Shin gently grabbed him by the shoulder and carried him up the wall. This was probably what ordinary people called leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. The group of people left the county office without any danger. Bishan County did not have any deep trenches or high walls. Tonight, they also did not encounter any patrols. Just like that, they easily escaped into the distance. On a secluded path, three men dressed in black met them. The old man stepped on the ground and landed on the back of one of the horses. There were no outsiders around. He laughed loudly and said, "Lu Yu, you and Wang Shiwei ride on the same horse. While you're at it, kill that registrar official and dump his corpse in the wilderness. Treat it as this old man's parting gift to Bishan County." The farmer plucked up his courage and said, "This registrar official is not a bad person. Senior, do you want to be merciful?" The old man sneered and said, "Whether he is a good person or not, it's hard to say. But since he is a good official, he deserves to die. Wang Shiwei, where did you get this woman's kindness from? A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Serves you right that your wife and daughter were bullied by those weak and powerless descendants of the big clans. If it were this old man, even if he did not have this set of skills, he would still be able to kill that sissy with the scented sachet today." The farmer was silent. He wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the young man called Luyu by the old man walk over, he gritted his teeth and moved back a few steps. He seemed to have made up his mind to protect the life of the young official on his back. Seeing this, the old man frowned and said, "Wang Shiwei, this old man took you out of prison in passing because he saw that you are also a pitiful person. Don't push your luck. This old man's temper is indeed 1,000 times better than when he was young, but the nickname Heart-Piercing Hand, given to him by his peers in Jianghu, is still there. If you don't let go of that registrar official, this old man won't care if Luyu kills you as well. Besides, if you want to find a place to sit in the immortal coffin cave, you have to kill someone as proof of your allegiance. This old man will give you one last chance. Either you go to the Yellow Springs with that bullshit registrar official, or I personally kill that brat behind you and go up Mount Fui in a grand manner. This old man has some friendship with the mountain master and the cave master, so he can put in a few good words for you. Otherwise, even if you go up the mountain, no one will treat you as a green onion. Think about it yourself." The honest farmer was in a dilemma and couldn't make up his mind. Feng Guan's face was gloomy. The second in command, Zhu Jing, was expressionless. However, he was secretly delighted. Feng Guan held great power in his hands. Putting aside the fact that the felon surnamed Shin had escaped because he was never recorded in the first place, he could still mend the pen after the sheep were lost. However, that fellow surnamed Wang was someone that the local tyrant of the prefecture capital, the Song family, had set their sights on. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much money to use the prefecture capital's prison to bring him to the tiny Bishan county. Feng Guan couldn't even handle such a small matter. How could he hope to be promoted to the prefecture capital in the future? Even if he was lucky enough to be promoted, wouldn't he be afraid that the Song family would make things difficult for him? When it rains, it pours. Zhu Jing tilted his head slightly and stared at the red candles as thick as a baby's arm in the hall. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the servant report that Song Yu had come to visit the county yamen. However, Zhu Jing soon couldn't smile because Song Yu, the son of a noble family, had asked to dismiss the miscellaneous staff in the county yamen, leaving only the county magistrate and deputy. Only then did Zhu Jing put away his arrogant expression and cupped his fists. He said, "Song Yu has offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Shen Li, nicknamed the Heart-Piercing King of Hell, is a bandit who has been on the run from Yuzhou for many years. Song Yu once had an identity in the Yanji County Yamen. Wang Shiwei is the head of the constables in Qingshan County. All of their plans were to let the tiger return to the mountain and find out where the nest of Fushao Mountain was. In addition to Lord Wang, there is also County Magistrate Bai, who invited the elite scouts of Ruojiang and 100 light cavalry. When the time comes, we only need to coordinate with Lord Wang from the inside." At this moment, a woman carrying a box of food walked into the hall of the yamen to deliver supper. Song Yu was somewhat stunned. Putting aside the fact that this woman's beauty was rarely seen in his life, how could she directly enter the heavily guarded yamen? Even if she was a family member of an official, she shouldn't be so reckless. County Magistrate Feng Guan and Deputy Zhu Jing were in a good mood at the same time. Feng Guan quietly smoothed the corner of his mouth and said with a worried face, "Madam Su, Registrar Su has been kidnapped by bandits. We don't know whether he is alive or not. However, please don't worry. The Yamen of Bishan County will do its best to rescue him." Before the county magistrate finished speaking, the woman said, "Oh," lightly, and turned to leave. Zhu Jing smiled while stroking his beard. Could it be that this woman, whose appearance could bring disaster to the country and people, was actually not on good terms with Registrar Su, who had a lot of luck with women? Zhu Jing glanced at the county magistrate, whose eyes were burning with passion, and sneered in his heart. "Registrar Su, oh Registrar Su, even if you don't die in the hands of bandits, you will die in the hands of the county magistrate." What was the famous saying in the spring and autumn period? Zhu Jing quickly remembered it. "Brother, die in peace. I will take care of your wife." Zhu Jing was now thinking about how he could ask the county magistrate for a cup of leftovers. Otherwise, he should withdraw his backup plan and stop fighting to the death. Instead, he should wholeheartedly assist the proud and arrogant county magistrate. At worst, The two of them could peacefully become brothers-in-law under the table. Pei Nanwei walked out of the county yamen and walked on the deserted street. She looked at the night sky and said softly, "You don't want to go home at night, do you? Don't you think sleeping on the floor is enough?" Chapter 1063. There was an old man with an awe-inspiring nickname who spared the dog official's life. It was not because he was kind, but because Wang Shiwei had promised to exchange his life for Senior Shin's life. He was willing to owe Senior Shin his life. When the time came, he could take the official's life away with just a word. Everyone in Bailiang valued their promises. Moreover, Wang Shiwei was a man with a loose tongue but an honest heart. Shun Li, who had seen countless people, believed in his own judgment. In any case, a small county princess would not be able to escape death once she entered the tiger's den of Mount Fuyao. If he did not kill her personally, he would not be considered breaking his promise. He would still be able to take the life of a simple and unsophisticated man for free. 6 people rode toward Mount Fuyao in the chilly moonlight. The registrar was casually thrown onto the horse's back. Wang Shiwei did not know how to ride a horse, so he sat behind Lu Yu. Shun Li urged the horse to gallop wildly. He did not care about the poor registrar, who was jolted up and down by the horse's back. He rolled off the horse and was covered in dust. Everybody had no choice but to stop and fall back onto the horse's back. Mount Fuyao was 200 li away. This was what Shin Li and the other Jianghu people called it. The woodcutters and hunters of Yanji Prefecture were used to calling it Mount Jinji, because there were many red-bellied golden pheasants on the mountain. Bailiang's playboys were addicted to cockfighting and often used this type of pheasant. However, it was rumored that remnants of the devil cult had taken over Mount Jinji. They were all vicious bandits who killed without blinking an eye. Few people went there. Even the old hunters did not dare to take their lives lightly. Therefore, red-bellied golden pheasants had always been priceless in the vicinity of Yanji Prefecture. The peaks of Mount Fuyao stretched for dozens of li. The mountains were high and the rivers were long. The scenery was elegant. It had a rare green color in Yuzhou. It was a heavenly paradise, but because of those bandits, the atmosphere was foul. Looking at the mountain range in broad daylight, it gave people a gloomy feeling. It wasn't that Yanji County hadn't taken action to suppress the bandits on a large scale before, but ever since 80 strong and powerful people went out and only one madman came back alive, no one was willing to touch this bad luck. For the sake of money, the whole family of a woodcutter who led the way for the officers and soldiers were quickly hanged from high branches. Their mouths were stuffed with large pieces of gold and silver. The mountain path of Mount Fuyi was narrow and rugged, barely allowing one rider to advance slowly. It was dawn when they entered the mountain. When the first rays of the morning sun gradually deepened and the mountain fog gradually dispersed, there was no more mountain path beneath the feet of the 6 riders. They could only rely on their experience to climb up the mountain. At noon, their field of vision suddenly opened up. It was actually a large expanse of white walls and black tiles built against the mountain. On the left side of the building, there was a slender waterfall that was not very imposing. It was charming and gentle. It was as if they had walked into a notorious gambling house only to discover that the manager of the house was a petite and exquisite young woman. Shun Li turned his head and smiled. "Wang Shiwei, this is the real Mount Fuyi. Don't look at the mountains outside as they have no signs of human habitation. They have hidden beacons and are not much different from an army. There are more than 300 people on this mountain. Regardless of whether they are young or old, they all have some skills. Not to mention Yanji County, even if the Yuzhou general wanted to enter the mountain, he wouldn't be able to come here without sacrificing thousands of lives. Moreover, there are mountains beyond mountains. 3 li away from Mount Fuyao, there are more than 100 real men in the immortal coffin cave. There are as many experts as there are clouds. The cave master of the hidden sword cave was already a master long before he entered the mountain. Compared to Mount Fuyao's second-level expert Zhang Juxian, his strength can only be higher. Shun Li laughed and retracted his gaze. He looked up the mountain. "Why am I talking to a villager like you about this? Even if you start practicing martial arts today, you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to become an expert if you only have strength. If you want revenge, then in the future on the mountain you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs and be a good person. After a few years, bring 20 or 30 brothers down the mountain. A tender song family disciple will naturally be easy to capture. At that time, you'll be at your mercy. There are many rough men on the mountain who like the style of men with broken sleeves. You don't have to worry about your enemy dying too comfortably. Master Registrar, this old man knows that he woke up half an hour ago. Don't pretend to be asleep. These words are meant for you. Master Registrar of Bishan County slid down from his horse and rubbed his stomach. His internal organs were probably all messed up from the jolt. His face was dispirited. Wang Shuwei also jumped down from his horse. After walking closer, he said apologetically, "Master Registrar, I'm sorry." Sinner Wang Shuwei. Without waiting for the man to finish, Master Registrar made a move to hit him. However, he quickly retracted his hand and sighed heavily. He looked at the mountain that he didn't know why it was called a talisman. He was lost in thought. Lu Yu pushed his shoulder. Master Registrar followed Wang Shuwei up the steps. The bluestone path was hidden in the shade of the trees on both sides. Even though it was noon, the summer heat wasn't heavy. As they climbed up the steps, they didn't see many whistles in the open. Shun Li escaped from prison and revisited the old place. He seemed to have some sentiments. Lu Yu followed beside the old senior and whispered to each other. When they reached a pavilion halfway up the mountain, 2 white-clothed children holding books appeared from the side of the path. Their lips were red and their teeth were white. Behind them was a white-haired old man in white riding a yellow ox. He looked even more like an immortal. He sang loudly, riding on the back of a yellow ox, hands down facing the spring breeze. This made Wang Shuwei mistakenly think that he was an immortal who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Shun Li stood at the top of the steps and exposed the old immortal master. He laughed. "Mountain Lord Wei, what's the use of pretending to be a ghost on the mountain? With this outfit, you can only deceive people outside the mountain. However, among the 10 bandits of Yuzhou, you old man Wei are ranked higher than me. Once you show yourself, you'll be chased down by hundreds of cavalrymen." The old mountain lord of Mount Fuyao sneered. "Heart-rending king of hell Shin Li, how could this old man dare to be ranked with you as one of the 10 bandits of Yuzhou? You're even called king of hell. You're even scarier than a butcher. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Giant Immortal is an old acquaintance of yours and owes you, this old man wouldn't have let his disciple get involved in this muddy water in Bishan County." Shinli twisted his right wrist with 2 fingers on his left hand and laughed softly. "Wei Jin, you and I aren't any good people. We're about the same. Back then, the master of the profound sword cave didn't use his sword to tear your mouth apart. Why don't you know how to cherish it?" The old man, perhaps one of the leaders of Mount Fuyao, glanced at Registrar Su and the farmer Wang Shuwei in puzzlement. His disciple Lu Yu walked to Yellow Ox's side and roughly explained the situation. The old man nodded and then shook his head. He took the lead and rode up the mountain. The 2 white-clothed children walked with light and agile steps. It was obvious that they were also skilled in lightness skill. Being able to become the disciple of Mount Fuyao's top 3 expert, Mountain Lord Wei, their foundation and luck were certainly not bad. Su Fengyan's face was bruised and swollen. He had deliberately restrained his qi so that his body was no different from an ordinary person's. Even his breathing was no exception. After all, Wei Jin was not a real immortal. Naturally, he couldn't tell what realm this young official was in. Su Fengyan and Wang Shuwei were settled in a remote courtyard. There were even 2 middle-aged and delicate servant girls serving them. Looking at how happy they were, they should be girls who had been abducted to the mountain when they were young. It was hard to say whether they were pitiful or fortunate. After all, they could live a life of luxury on the mountain, but at the very least they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Wang Shuwei waited for the servant girls, whose eyes were full of curiosity, to serve tea and food. He closed the door and left. This middle-aged man, who used to be one of the top bailiffs in Qingshan County, carefully walked to the window and put his ear to the window paper. When he didn't hear the slightest sound, he sat back down at the table and looked at the county magistrate who was wolfing down the food. He was about to speak when Su Fengyan grabbed a greasy chicken leg and threw it at Wang Shuwei. stopping him from speaking. He glared at him and said in exasperation, King Wang Shiwei, you caused me, a dignified county magistrate, to become a prisoner. If I can return to Bishan County, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Wang Shiwei caught the chicken leg and smiled bitterly. I hope the magistrate can leave the mountains safely. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, the magistrate picked up a bamboo stick and leisurely picked his teeth. He leaned against the back of the chair and put his feet on the table. Then he and the chair fell to the floor. Wang Shiwei suddenly turned and looked up. He saw a beautiful woman sitting on the beam with a knife on her knees. She grinned, revealing a pair of canine teeth. Wang Shiwei was shocked. Just now, he did not notice anything strange. If he revealed everything to Registrar Su, then he would really kill this young official who was not bad at all. The woman looked to be in her early 20s. A short knife wrapped in a sheath of gold was placed on her knees. She floated down from the beam and circled around Su Fengnian. She looked at him from head to toe several times. On Fufu Mountain, she had seen all kinds of outlaws since she was young. However, it was the first time she saw a pitiful official wearing the official's skin. She reached out and pinched Su Fengnian's embroidered bird official's patch. She smiled and asked, How high are you? What's this thing embroidered on it? Su Fengnian pretended to be calm and said, In reply to Miss, I am a 6th-rank official. I am the magistrate of Bishan County. I am a secondary 6th-rank civil official. The embroidered on it is a heron. The woman tugged at the official's patch and withdrew her hand. She was still reluctant to part with it. She said, Snowsuit has snow-white hair and a jade-like mouth. She often raises her feet to look at the ship's window. She is a white heron. This miss knows. Why don't you give me this official's robe? This miss will guarantee your safety on Fufu Mountain. How about it? Ignoring Wang Shiwei's signal, Su Fengnian's righteousness was inappropriate. He said in a low voice, A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Wang Shiwei sighed. The young woman slapped the sesame official's patch and rolled her eyes. Scholar your head. Humiliation, you bastard. You are as sarcastic as Grandpa Wei. However, do you have Grandpa Wei's skills? You just wait for the punishment of being cut by fish scales. You know fish scales, right? Slice by slice, you will be scraped into a carp with fish scales lifted off. Humph, senior brother Monkey's knife skills are only slightly inferior to my father's. As she spoke, the woman raised her arm and made a hand chop. She then smiled and asked, I will give you one more chance. Are you going to take it off or not? This woman was an impatient person. Seeing that the fellow didn't move, she shouted for this miss to do it herself. Very quickly, she took off the official's robe, threw it over her shoulder, and happily skipped out of the room. Su Fengnian sat back in his chair and filled Wang Shiwei's cup with wine. He muttered, She really is a female bandit. Wang Shiwei said with regret, Magistrate Su, you should have agreed to this woman's request. Chapter 1064. Su Fengnian smiled. Thank you for your kindness. Wang Shiwei hesitated for a moment, then moved his chair and said in a low voice, To tell you the truth, Registrar Su, I'm Wang Shiwei, a constable from Qingdian County. I've been following Xin Li's bandits for 6 years. For the past 6 months, I've worked together with my old friend Song Yu from Yanji County to set up this trap. I didn't expect Registrar Su to be in danger. Su Fengnian asked, Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it? Wang Shiwei shook his head. My mission is complete as long as I reach Mount Fuyao. After that, it'll depend on whether Song Yu and County Magistrate Bai can get enough people to suppress the bandits. Wang Shiwei was worried and said with emotion, But in my opinion, the outcome is hard to predict. Song Yu and I estimated that 100 elite soldiers and 300 to 400 constables from Qingdian County and Yanji County would be enough to kill their way into Mount Fuyao and eradicate this malignant tumor that has taken root in Yuzhou for many years. Along the way, we've set up beacons in accordance with the art of war, and the hidden posts and whistles are quite methodical. What I'm afraid is that when the 500 soldiers of the government finally enter the mountain, the bandits of Mount Fuyao and Immortal Coffin Cave would rather abandon their lairs than fight. Bandits are easy to suppress, but roaming bandits are hard to find. Su Fengyan asked curiously, Constable Wang, you've put so much thought into it, and you're even willing to take the risk yourself. What are you after? Wang Shiwei was stunned, then smiled. What am I after? Registrar Su, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? As an official, shouldn't you be helping the people? I've been a constable for most of my life, and I've seen more than 60 brothers die in the line of duty. If you really want to talk about what I'm after, it's nothing more than peace of mind. This time, it was Su Fengyan's turn to be stunned. Then he smiled and raised his cup. Here's to you. Wang Shiwei raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then he poured himself another glass. This wine is really good. Normally, my salary is enough to support my family, but I can't afford to drink this wine. Su Fengyan muttered to himself, Yes, your salary should be increased. Wang Shiwei laughed heartily. Registrar Su, thank you for your kind words. Su Fengyan took a sip of wine and asked, According to the heart-slicing Yama, the master of the deep sword cave has the strength of a master and might be a level 1 expert. Zhang Jushin of Mount Fuyao is also an expert who has been famous for a long time. Not to mention the 400-plus bandits on the 2 mountains, just the 2 of them are enough to deal with the soldiers. Unless we mobilize the elite crossbow-carrying infantrymen under one of the 4 captains of Yuzhou and have a large number of experienced scouts to pave the way, we might not be able to succeed even if we double the number, let alone 400. Lord Wang, I think you and that young Master Song who is putting on an act with you are most likely going to fail. After this, you will have to add insult to injury. It's hard to say if you will be able to get a salary in the future. Wang Shiwei, who had slanted eyebrows to begin with, frowned even more. He took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows and punched his thigh. His expression became even more bitter as he said in a muffled voice, At first, I didn't know that there was a sect called the Immortals' Coffin Cave on Golden Rooster Mountain other than Mount Fuyao. Su Fengyan comforted him. If Song Yu is a steady person, Lord Wang, you don't have to worry too much. Once they are obstructed in suppressing the bandits, the government will naturally know that they need to increase the number of troops. Moreover, with such a great contribution, everyone will want to have a share of the profits. Now, the Yuzhou Provincial Court is worried about how to flatter the new provincial governor and the General Huang Fujin. As long as they smell the blood, they will spare no effort to kill the bandits of Golden Chicken Mountain at all costs. Wang Shiwei's eyes lit up. He was convinced and said, Registrar Su is right. I am ashamed of my inferiority. I'm not belittling myself. Although I can be considered a 3rd-level martial artist and was able to steal the position of the head of the 600 patrolmen in Qingan County, I know myself very well. In terms of ability to be an official, I'm not even a 9th-level official. Compared to Registrar Su, the difference is like heaven and earth. Su Fengyan joked, Lord Wang, you are flattering a county magistrate who is 1 level lower than you. Did you bring a pig's head into the wrong temple? Your ability to be an official is indeed not that great. Wang Shiwei gave him a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Even his slanted eyebrows rose a little. Registrar Su, I am a boor. No matter what you want, I want to recognize you as my brother. You are to my taste. If you and I can really leave Mount Fuyao alive, I will definitely introduce you to that young Master Song Yu. He reads a lot and always drinks more than he talks to me. I'm sure he will be able to chat with you. Su Fengyan clinked his cup with the man's and they both drank it in one gulp. There were 2 pots of wine on the table. No matter how one looked at it, there were 2.5 caddies of wine. It was hard to get drunk with wine, but as long as one was happy, it was easy to get drunk with wine. Wang Shiwei drank more than half of the wine and fell asleep on the table. Su Fengyan smiled, got up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. 2 female servants were sitting at a stone table in the courtyard far away. There was a piece of colored rice paper on the table. They were whispering to each other. When they looked up, they saw the young master without his official uniform. They looked at each other and smiled. They were in the prime of their youth. Their skin was as smooth as a spring onion. Moreover, the clothes they wore were cool and refreshing. Not to mention that their necks were exposed. More importantly, They could not hide the view of their soft breasts. Probably because the food on the mountain was too good. The two girls were young, but their breasts had already developed. Su Fengnian walked closer to take a look. They were using thin charcoal pens to write the Beiliang women's script, which was created by female scholar Yan Donggu. This women's script was unique. All the characters were written with only 4 strokes: vertical, oblique, and curved. After Yan Donggu became the crown princess of the Liang dynasty, this women's script became popular all over the country. It was called Female Scholar's Script. It was the same name as the Imperial College's Right Chancellor Jean Lanting's Lanting Familiar Script. Su Fengnian stretched out a finger and pressed it on the coarse rice paper. Just as he was about to decipher the characters, a burst of noisy footsteps came from outside the courtyard. The 2 servants who were polite to him hurriedly put away their charcoal pens and rice paper and stood up to greet him. A tall and sturdy young man with a saber at his side walked out of the courtyard. He stared at Su Fengnian and asked, "You are Su Qi, the prefect of Bishan County?" Su Fengnian nodded. The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. He sneered, "What a coincidence. I'm going to use you as the main dish of the celebration feast. You reek of alcohol. It seems that you've also drunk the wine of execution. Then let's go. If your legs are weak, let the 2 girls in the courtyard help you there. I'm easy to talk to. On the way there, you can take advantage of them as much as you want. As long as you don't stop, there's no harm in taking off their clothes and touching them." The 2 servant girls' faces were pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the infamous young saber-wielder on Talisman Mountain. Su Fengnian asked an unnecessary question. "Can't I just not die?" Chapter 1065. Behind the young man were several other retainers who also carried sabers. Their appearances matched their statuses, and they all looked fierce and fiendish. If they were in a small place just based on their physique and appearance, they would be fighters that small sects and clans would fight over. After all, a fight in a small place relied on words and not fists. Being able to convince others with one's gaze was the best way to subdue them without a fight. The young man shook his chin. Without saying anything, a tall retainer with his sleeves rolled up to his shoulders stepped forward and grabbed Su Fengnian's shoulder. Just as the brawny man was about to teach this weak scholar a lesson, he heard a delicate shout from behind him. "Tai Tu, stop!" The young swordsman helplessly turned his head. Seeing this graceful figure, he called out in a gentle tone, "Mississippi." The woman with the golden silk, wrapped around her short saber, revealed her small canine teeth. "Senior brother monkey, junior sister, call me junior sister. Okay?" The young man didn't say anything. The woman pointed at Su Fengnian. "I'm looking for him. Don't kill him yet." A golden-haired monkey scuttled onto the young swordsman's shoulder. He rubbed the monkey's head and said with a frown, "Miss, kill this person quickly. This is the mountain chieftain's order. This subordinate doesn't dare to disobey." The young woman giggled. "On Talisman Mountain, my father is the boss. As for me, I just happen to be his boss. Who do you think I should listen to? Senior brother monkey, if my father asks about this later, just tell him that I stopped him." Perhaps because he was familiar with this unwritten rule on the mountain, the swordsman really did leave with a wry smile. The woman looked at Su Fengnian and asked with a smile, "How's your handwriting? If it's not too bad, then write a letter for this lady. Treat it as your repayment for saving your life. Oh, and that official uniform as well." Without waiting for Su Fengnian to say anything, this woman began to order the 2 maidservants to bring over the 4 treasures of the study. As soon as the deep and sharp sheep hairbrush was dipped in ink, she could not wait to snatch it from the maidservant's hands and pass it to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian took the writing brush made of sheep hair that was unique to Beiliang. Foreign scholars like to call it cold slag and hated its weakness and bonelessness. In the past, almost none of the calligraphy masters of the Central Plains had chosen to use this brush. After Su Fengnian sat down, he gently rolled the tip of the brush in the inkstone again. When the ink and the tip of the brush were of the right thickness, he hovered his arm and raised his head to ask, "What do you want to write?" The woman was startled for a moment before she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, look at your stance. You'll know if you're an expert the moment you make your move. Expert, you're definitely an expert. You've really picked up a treasure for me. Su Fengyan continued to wait. The woman laughed mischievously and sat down as well. She shooed the two maidservants away and looked around before saying in a low voice, "This lady can only memorize the things in books. If I really have to pick up a brush to write something, it's useless. Besides, this lady's handwriting is a little unsightly. But Brother Lu from the neighboring mountain is very knowledgeable. He doesn't like crazy women who wield swords and spears. He likes gentle and refined women. The only time this lady sneaked down the mountain, I almost died outside. Fortunately, I bought a few novels about scholars and beauties. I was so envious of the great goose messenger goose that I raised a few messenger geese for this purpose. I was just waiting for a guy with beautiful handwriting to appear. You've come at the right time. All right, what's your name?" Su Fengyan, who had already started a massacre on Mount Fuyao, said in a bad mood, "Have you thought about what you want to write?" The woman did not regard him as an outsider and said, "No." Su Fengyan placed the sheep hair brush on the ancient inkstone and held his breath. The woman looked like she was racking her brains. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she finally looked discouraged and asked tentatively, "Why don't you help this lady write a few words?" Su Fengyan opened his eyes and stared at the rich young lady on Mount Fuyao. The woman stared at him and said loudly, "What are you looking at? If this lady didn't have a favor to ask of you, you would have been cut into pieces by Senior Monkey." As an experienced bailiff, Wang Shiwei was a light sleeper. He was awakened by the woman's voice and quickly ran out of the house. When he saw that Registrar Su was safe and sound, he felt relieved. Although the woman always spoke and acted foolishly, she glanced at Wang Shiwei and clicked her tongue. "Your footsteps are very light. Didn't they say that you, Wang Shiwei, were just a farmer with stupid strength? Is it because Shunli has ulterior motives? Or has this old fox deceived you?" Wang Shiwei smiled honestly and did not speak. Su Fengyan asked calmly, "Are you going to write your love letter or not?" The woman quickly said, "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? Brother Lu met a new vixen who just came up the mountain. If this lady doesn't act now, it will be too late for regrets." Su Fengyan's face was full of schadenfreude. A senior brother from the same sect admires a junior sister, and the junior sister likes a handsome man from another sect. That handsome man likes a stranger. Don't you have any new tricks? The woman widened her eyes. Is this also written in the novel, Gifted Scholar and Beautiful Lady? How come this lady has never read about it? Su Fengyan smiled confidently. Lady, the vixen you are talking about, does she have bigger breasts than you? Is she very dignified when she is not smiling? But when she smiles, she is definitely more charming than you? Not only the man you like, but many people are also infatuated. Not to mention climbing into her bed. They can't wait to drink the water she washes her feet. The woman looked down. She did not know if the world was peaceful, but she was very peaceful. She became more discouraged and sighed. Alas, you are right. You are indeed very knowledgeable. She raised her head and squinted her eyes. Compared to that Wang guy, your skills are far inferior, but your brain is much more clever. I can turn a blind eye to his affairs, but you have to promise me that after you finish writing the love letter, you have to be a teacher on the mountain for 10 years. After 10 years, it's up to you whether you want to stay on the mountain or leave the mountain. What do you think? Su Fengyan smiled. The woman who had everything under her control suddenly had an illusion. Then, in an instant, the clouds and wind became calm. The white-clothed boy entered the courtyard and said with a clear voice, "Master invites the lady to listen to the zither in the well." The woman retracted her hand and looked at the bookkeeper suspiciously. She grinned and laughed at herself. She reached out to hold the golden dagger again and said to the scholar, "Let's go. There is no need to rush to write. Let's go listen to the zither first." Su Fengyan stood up and nodded slightly to Wang Shiwei, indicating that he did not need to worry. The white-clothed boy led the way. Su Fengyan and the woman with the dagger, whose name he still did not know, walked together on the Bluestone Road. She was chatting with him about a story. She said that there was once a wanderer with good martial arts who came to Mount Fumiao to seek revenge. After going through many hardships and dangers, he finally died. As soon as he finished telling this boring story, Su Fengyan saw the waterfall falling straight down. The place where it fell was a huge bluestone, so it didn't form a pool, but a deep well instead. The white-clothed old man sat beside the well. There were 2 incense burners with smoke rising in spirals. The white-clothed boy held a horsetail whisk and began to recite the opening of the Zhang family's sage book. The old man slowly raised his hands, one high and one low. At this moment, Su Fengyan was waiting and listening attentively. Then, the fairy-like old man suddenly pressed his hands on the zither strings. Then he shook his head and slapped wildly. Su Fengyan was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh from the bottom of his heart. A master! Chapter 1066. After the old master finished playing the zither to his heart's content, he suddenly stood up and slowly lowered his hands. He exhaled a mouthful of turtle-like air and showed the demeanor of a master again. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion slowly walked down the huge turtle-like bluestone. He smiled kindly and asked, "Disciple, has my zither skill improved a bit?" The girl with the sword nodded seriously and gave a thumbs up. "Master, you have improved a lot. Amazing." Even Su Fengyan, who believed that his shamelessness was unparalleled, couldn't stand the shamelessness of this master and disciple. However, if there were a few more of these kind of people on Mount Fushao, he wouldn't have torn the talisman in Yuzhou in one breath. Instead, he would have taken the opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Of course, whether it was the old man with extraordinary zither skills or the girl with a sword who looked silly, they were all very cunning and shrewd. After all, they were not the bandits he met in the front mountain of Qingcheng many years ago. Those guys didn't even have the heart to take all the money and would remember to leave some money for the journey home. They were all bandits in the same profession, but they were not as murderous as Mount Fushao. Old Man Meng, Little Hawthorn, Little Sparrow. After so many years, their faces were still vivid in his mind. 5 years had passed. He didn't know if Little Hawthorn had taken over as the head of Mount Fushao and if Little Sparrow had become slim and graceful. Su Fengyan's trance only lasted for a blink of an eye. Moreover, his trance didn't affect his ability to check the flow of qi around him. To put it simply, even if Su Fengyan fell into a deep sleep and allowed a level 2 master to attack him with all his strength, the latter would still die on the spot. The scenery on the 9th floor was not only for the masters who were already immortals in the eyes of the common people in Jianghu, but even the King Kong finger of the first 2 realms of level 1 couldn't imagine how magnificent the martial arts picture scroll was when it was completely unfolded. Now, Su Fengyan would occasionally think about what would happen if he were to face Han Wudi, who was known as an earth immortal, outside the divine martial city. "Kid, this old man sees that your root bone is not bad." The old man stared at Su Fengyan. He paused for a moment and then said earnestly, "Why don't you learn how to play the zither from this old man?" Su Fengyan chuckled. 2 people, a man and a woman, came from afar. The man was in his 30s and had an elegant temperament. The woman's appearance was particularly moving, making one want to take pity on her. Only, a pair of long and short sabers hung from her slender waist. Between her brows, there was an awe-inspiring, heroic spirit. Her appearance was extremely strange, as if she was not naturally formed, but rather a piece of unpolished jade that had been carved by the nation's top craftsmen. No matter what, this woman belonged to the type that would leave a lasting impression on one's mind. Su Fengyan turned his head and guessed that one person was the handsome man surnamed Liu from the Immortal Coffin Cave. At the same time, he recognized the other person. Even he couldn't help but feel some heartfelt astonishment. It was actually the delicate woman who had accompanied the Tanhua of Kajia Alley. At the time, her name was Fan Shaochai. Afterwards, she used the identity of Lin Yulin's detective Lin to enter the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. She investigated the terrain and waited for an opportunity to assassinate him, the Prince of Wutangan, His Royal Highness. Afterwards, her actions were naturally exposed, and she was handed over to the head spy, Lu Qiu'er. Su Fengyan did not pay any more attention to her after that. He only heard that this woman's real name was Fan Shaochai, and that she was the granddaughter of Northern Han's great general, Fan Baoshan. She was worthy of being a woman who would stupidly run to Liangzhou to kill him, Su Fengnian. She didn't even put much thought into choosing an alias. However, later on, during the fishing net at the Qingrong Monastery in Huangnam County, she was precisely the masked warrior who had nailed the monastery master, Taoist Qing Huai, to the wall with a single blade. When old friends met, Su Fengnian didn't bat an eyelid. Fan Xiaochai was the same. Only her eyes flickered with complex and gloomy emotions. Unexpectedly, there wasn't much reasonable hatred. This caused Su Fengnian to feel even more amazed. The two people's gazes quietly crossed. The elegant scholar had already opened his mouth and respectfully said to the old man, "Disciple of the immortal coffin cave, Lu Haya, pays respects to immortal Master Wei." The old man nodded his head, his attention remaining on Fan Xiaochai. He got straight to the point and asked, "Lu Haya, this young lady is the wondrous woman that the master of your sinking sword cave favored. She is already so old, yet in the end, she doesn't even care about her face anymore. She begged her to abandon the blade and practice the sword, insisting on taking her as a closed-door disciple?" Lu Haya smiled gently and replied, "Lu Haya does not dare to comment on how my revered teacher haggles. However, perhaps immortal Master Wei does not know this, but Miss Fan was originally the granddaughter of Northern Han's #1 general, Great General Fan. She was stranded among the commoners. By chance, a hermit senior of the Wulin took a liking to her innate talent and taught her blade techniques." The old man impatiently waved his hand and said, "This old man is meaningless to talk about. Back then, this old man was Gu Jiantong's lackey, not a former subordinate of Bailiang. Northern Han was massacred by the Sioux people. If you want revenge, you can't look for this old man." Lu Haya smiled but did not speak. The young woman who had entered the Immortal's coffin cave not long ago narrowed her eyes, filled with killing intent. Despite her young age, she seemed to possess the magnificent aura of a junior grandmaster. The old man laughed self-deprecatingly, replying with embarrassment, "If we were to ask this old man for a weapon, it would be barely acceptable. After all, this old man's blade and sword are somewhat related to the Fan family of Northern Han. Fortunately, they are both on the new Martial Arts Review's weapon list. The Sparrowtail blade is the 16th most famous blade, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. The rusted copper sword is the 12th most famous blade, unconventional and exceptionally blunt. The daughter of the mountain lord of Mount Fuxiao lightly tapped the hilt of the golden threaded saber with her index finger. Smiling brilliantly, she said, "Oh, you've come to other people's territory to act wildly. How would this young lady know that the master of the sinking sword cave does not have such ability? Back then, when Yuqi and the 36 swords of the sinking sword cave fought at Mount Fuxiao, weren't they equally matched? The master does not stand out, but the disciple is jumping around quite fiercely." Fan Xiaochai calmly replied, "Is Mi Fengjie worthy of being my master?" Encountering a love rival in her own territory, the woman with the golden threaded saber suddenly gripped the hilt of her saber, as if she was about to draw it out and fight. It was as if whoever won would be able to take young Master Lu home. The disciple of Mi Fengjie of the sinking sword cave, Lu Haya, was clearly somewhat embarrassed, coughing a few times. The old man called Wei Jin by Shen Li smiled playfully. "The youngest daughter of the Fan family, with great difficulty, has ascended to the second-level realm. Since you have not yet stabilized, you should not rashly fight to the death with others. If you do not listen to the advice of your elders, you will easily suffer losses." Fan Xiaochai's expression was cold. Can realms be eaten? Chapter 1067. Su Fengnian had a whole new level of respect for Fan Xiaochai. Looking down from above, he could see that Fan Xiaochai's qi was still inferior to his senior Wei Jin's. However, this courage to fight for survival from the jaws of death was enough to make many experts who feared death more and more as their realms climbed feel ashamed of their inferiority. Su Fengnian had put his life on the line many times, but it was not a small number either. He fought against Princess Sui Zhu's retainer on Mount Wudong, Xieling of Beimang at the Duckhead Green Inn, Tuoba Chunsun, Duan Bo, and Hui Hui on the grasslands, Diwu Raccoon at the foot of Mount Tibing, Yang Taisui at the Iron Gate Pass, Han Shangxian outside Shenwu City, and great celestial phenomenon Lu Haosher. There were victories and losses, but every opponent's realms were undoubtedly higher than Su Fengnian's. Luck was one reason why Su Fengnian was able to survive, but it was also important that he never shied away from battle and did his best to scheme. The sect master of the Spring Invitation Cottage, who had died at Su Fengnian's hands by the Spring God Lake, was an excellent example. He was too isolated from the outside world and indulged in meaningless battles. His realms were all he had. He could not even withstand a single blow from an opponent of the same realms, let alone surpassing his realms to kill enemies. Su Fengnian glanced at Fan Xiaochai's exceptionally slender waist and sighed. This extremely delicate girl had actually become a junior grandmaster who could challenge Wei Jin. The affairs of the world were indeed unpredictable. With nothing else to do, Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the waterfall hanging from the cliff, then looked at Fan Xiaochai's waist again. He repeated the same thing over and over again, destroying the tense atmosphere in just a few moments. Fan Xiaochai finally faced his sworn enemy head-on and didn't shift his gaze away. Lu Haia stared at the girl he had fallen in love with at first sight in bewilderment, while the noble daughter of Mount Fuxiao glared angrily at the scholar from her neighbor's mountain, leaving behind the second mountain chieftain of Mount Fuxiao, who didn't know who to glare at. Su Fengnian was the first to realize that something was wrong. As expected of an outsider, he asked thoughtlessly, "What are you all doing? Not fighting anymore? Is it over? Aren't you all experts who can fly around without leaving a trace? Even if you don't fight, you can at least spar." The girl with the golden threaded dagger was the first to break her facade. She released her grip on the hilt and could not help but laugh. She deliberately glared at him. "You're the one. Come if you dare." Su Fengnian smiled. "Me? If we're talking, I can easily beat all of you." Fan Xiaochai, who was indifferent to everyone, smiled for the first time and asked, "That's it." Su Fengnian covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled. In the eyes of everyone except Fan Xiaochai, he was naturally an embroidered pillow acting shamelessly. A white-clothed boy jogged over, saying that the mountain lord was holding a banquet and wanted his master, Miss Lu Haia, and Fan Xiaochai to attend. Fan Xiaochai said coldly, "I'll wait here for you, Wei Jin, to bring the sparrow-tail dagger and the rusted copper sword. We'll fight to the death then." Immortal Master Wei laughed and did not comment. Lu Haia knew this girl's temperament and could only follow Wei Jin and the troublesome girl to the top of the mountain. Thus, there were only two people left at the well, a man and a woman who both knew their identities well. Su Fengnian approached the well and squatted to catch the water. The mist filled the air, but he could not get close. His palm was still 3 to 4 feet away from the mouth of the well, but the waterfall was torn diagonally and poured into Su Fengnian's palm, like a white lotus blooming. Fan Xiaochai was silent for a long time and finally walked behind him. There was no fluctuation in her emotions as she said calmly, "Fan Xiaochai of the first room of the Fushui Society greets the king of Beiliang." Su Fengnian, who had his back to the girl, asked, "Did the Fushui Society plant a kamikaze spy here?" Fan Xiaochai replied, "No." Fan Xiaochai entered the mountain this time for both public and private matters. The public matter is that there are considerable amounts of gold and silver hidden in the two mountains. If we succeed, we can relieve the urgent military needs of Yuzhou. As for the private matter, the king of Beiliang already knows. Fan Xiaochai wants to take the dagger and sword back home. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Family heirloom? What? You want to take revenge after taking back the famous dagger and sword?" Fan Xiaochai replied, "I wouldn't dare." Su Fengnian withdrew his hand and stood up. He wiped his sleeves with his palms and laughed. "What a good I wouldn't dare. You still haven't given up your evil intentions." Fan Xiaochai stared fixedly at Su Fengnian and thought of the scene of the lotus blooming in his palm. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Is the king of Beiliang really ranked 6th in the world?" Su Fengnian, whose vast qi had dissipated, said, "It's good that you could hold back and not draw your dagger at me as soon as those people left. It seems that the years of living in humiliation as a spy of the Fushui Society were not in vain." The girl gently bit her lips and closed her eyes. Su Fengnian bent down and took a slightly longer dagger from her waist. He held it above his head and unsheathed it halfway. He stared at the gleaming blade and asked with a smile, "Fan Shaochai, don't you think we're like duckweed returning to the ocean? It's a small world, isn't it?" Fan Shaochai abruptly drew his dagger. He held it steadily and quickly, the tip of the dagger in his hand stabbing at Su Fengyan's back. The dagger pierced right through the king of Bailiang's chest an inch away from the center of his body. Su Fengyan's expression was calm as usual. He sheathed the dagger with his right hand and broke the tip of the dagger with 2 fingers of his left hand. He then patted the dagger lightly, sending Fan Shaochai and the trembling dagger flying backward. Fan Shaochai's entire arm hung limply, but he did not abandon his dagger. Su Fengyan did not look back. He casually tossed the dagger to Fan Shaochai, who had boldly attempted to assassinate him. He then used his qi to draw a stream of water as thick as a wrist to wash away the 2 pools of blood on his chest and back. His wounds then slowly healed. After doing all this, Su Fengyan turned around and asked with a smile, "It doesn't feel good, does it?" It wasn't easy to muster up the courage to die together with the enemy, but in the end, you still couldn't kill your enemy. I had the same experience when I faced someone with the surname Liu. However, you're definitely luckier than me. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. You can come and try it with me every time you make a breakthrough. However, before you make a move, be a loyalist of the Furishui Society and treat it as a business deal between us. Fan Shaochai asked a question that seemed to be out of place. "Are you suffering from qi deviation?" Su Fengyan ignored him and said with a smile, "The last time I saw you, I felt that your waist was so thin that it couldn't be any thinner. At that time, I was worried that you would break your waist every time you walked." Fan Shaochai smiled sweetly. "It seems that you haven't gone mad. It's just that you've changed from His Royal Highness to King of Bailiang." Su Fengyan suddenly stretched out a palm and pressed down. Fan Shaochai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She went from kneeling to prostrating herself on the ground in an instant. All the qi in her veins suddenly stagnated. Ordinary people would never have the opportunity to experience such bone-piercing pain in their entire lives. The woman raised her head with all her might. Her eyes were obscure. Not only did they reveal a bone-piercing hatred, but there was also something more. The corners of her mouth were actually curled up in a complicated smile that seemed to contain both extreme pain and extreme pleasure. Su Fengyan said softly, "You've gone mad." Fan Shaochai crawled forward 1 foot at a time. It was so similar that they were cut from the same cloth. Su Fengyan was in a daze. He sat on the edge of the stone and quietly waited for the woman to crawl to his feet. "Inform the spy responsible for communicating with you outside the mountain. Have Huangfu Shi mobilize 100 crossbowmen and 1,000 armored soldiers to follow behind Song Yubai's army. If there's no movement from Bishan district in half an hour, enter the mountain on your own." Fan Shaochai seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. Her internal organs were in turmoil. The woman stretched out a hand with great difficulty and grabbed one of his boots. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth as she said hoarsely, "Su Fengyan, just kill me. I beg you." Su Fengyan bent down and reached out to grab her hand. Her haggard and sickly complexion instantly became rosy and natural. Su Fengyan's eyes were intoxicating as he laughed gently. "Fan Shaochai, what's so hard about wanting to die? Living well is the hard part. Don't look at how leisurely and carefree I am. I'm a king with a different surname and number 6 in the world. If I've used up all my good luck, then I'm just waiting for death with Bailiang. Of course, you won't understand even if I explain." Chapter 1068. Lu Haya left the banquet, which had been the same as always. There was still nothing new about it. Without the presence of dragons and snakes, drinking and eating big bowls of wine and meat would be a disgrace. The so-called banquet of Mount Fuyao was nothing more than 1,000 cuts of fish scales or the punishment of big and small sandalwood. In Lu Haya's eyes, it was a surprise at first, but as time passed, it was not as good as the simple tea and wine of the gentleman. At the banquet just now, the executioner was Shen Li, who had returned to the Jianghu. It was the young bladesman squatting on the shoulder monkey's specialty. Their techniques were similar. the only difference being that one used his hands while the other wielded the blade. No one in Mount Fuyao was worried about this prison break. As for the Bishan County magistrate, whose name no one remembered, he was not even worth mentioning. Lu Haya could do nothing about it. After all, Mount Fuyao and the Immortal Coffin Cave did not have a hierarchy. There was no need to talk about who could order who around. Both sides had more or less the same number of first-rate experts, and their overall battle strength was about the same. The reason they had been able to live in peace for more than 10 years was because of their master Mei Fengjie and Zhang Juxian. Lu Haya did not like Zhang Juxian's only daughter, Zhang Shanshan, but he did not dislike her either. If he could marry her casually, Lu Haya would not mind having such a clever girl to warm his bed. However, she was Zhang Juxian's sweetheart. Lu Haya was focused on martial arts and wanted to reach the top of the Jianghu. He did not have the energy to deal with the worldly affairs of Mount Fuyao. Among the few ranked leaders of Mount Fuyao, there were not many who were easy to deal with. Marrying her would be the same as hugging a huge hornet's nest. Perhaps even the hard work he had done in the Immortal Coffin Cave all these years would be destroyed in a single day. Lu Haya walked through the narrow alleyway that was only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Sunlight poured down from above, drawing a clear line on the walls of the alleyway. Behind him was the girl with the special name. Unsurprisingly, there was a pair of lonely eyes staring at her from afar. Lu Haya thought of his own situation and laughed self-deprecatingly. Wasn't he also oblivious to the situation? Even if Fan Xiaochai's looks were outstanding, he shouldn't have been so infatuated with her. However, every time he saw her slender waist with two sabers hanging from it, he couldn't help but want to take off her extra sabers and her extra clothes, leaving only that smooth curved waist. It would be best if she could bask in the moonlight. It would definitely be very beautiful. If she took off all her clothes, leaving only a pair of embroidered shoes, wouldn't she be even more beautiful? Lu Haya narrowed his eyes. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers dug into his palms. Only then did he regain his senses. When he left the banquet, the steward on the mountain said that Miss Chai had already moved into the Emerald Pistol Courtyard. Lu Haya did not know why she would go back on her word and not wait for Wei Jin to bring the sparrowtail blade and the rusted copper sword to the falling well for a battle. Was she afraid? Lu Haya did not believe it. If she was afraid of death, she would not have entered the Immortal Coffin Cave alone and fought with the master of the Sinking Sword Cave for more than 60 moves. Every move was on the line and she was surrounded by danger. Lu Haya had never seen his master sword maniac so excited. It was as if an old jade craftsman had unearthed the world's most delicate piece of jade, just waiting for him, Mi Fengjie, to carve it a little. Lu Haya seemed to have heard an older martial uncle mention this girl before. She should be the legendary natural sword embryo, one that was rare in the world. Lu Haya arrived at the Emerald Pistol Courtyard. He pushed open the courtyard door and knocked on the door. A cold voice came from inside the room. "Is something the matter?" Lu Haya gently said. "Nothing." The room was silent again. Lu Haya silently left. Inside the room it was still far from dusk. Fan Xiaochai waited until she was sure that Lu Haya had left the courtyard before lighting a candle. Then, she withdrew her qi and rolled up her sleeves. One snow-white arm rested on the table while the other held the red candle. Drop by drop, the melted candlelight fell on her arm where the black hair was clearly visible. One red and one green. After the candlelight fell, it slowly cooled and then slowly condensed. Fan Xiaochai, who had temporarily withdrawn her qi, was not even as strong as an ordinary woman because her skin was more sensitive and fragile. However, she endured the heat with an expressionless face. She even seemed dissatisfied. She pulled open her collar and raised the red candle, dripping it on the smooth inner curve of her chest. Only then did she let out a long and faint moan. She leaned back in her chair. Fan Xiaochai stretched her neck and subconsciously turned her head. In a daze, she saw the figure that she had dreamed of personally cutting into 1,000 pieces. The woman narrowed her eyes. When a new drop of candlelight fell on the full curve of her chest, when she tilted her head to look at that hazy face, She suddenly felt a great joy that she had never felt before. It was like the first time someone had pierced their palm with a sword after they had picked up a knife. It was an unforgettable pain, but at the same time, it was a strange but equally profound pleasure. At this moment, Fan Xiaochai did not think about whether she wanted to die or live. She only thought about this figure, the way he could watch her humiliate herself. Fan Xiaochai's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. Her slender legs under the table suddenly straightened, and the figure in her line of sight became increasingly blurry. Fan Xiaochai closed her eyes and gasped for breath. The half-burned red candle in her hand fell to the ground. She felt that the figure should have disappeared the moment she opened her eyes. However, a voice exploded in her ears like thunder. Since you can't figure out whether you deserve to die or live, why don't you just slack off and think about it until you go crazy? Fan Xiaochai was jolted awake. She immediately recovered her chi flow and smoothed out her curled sleeves, covering her collar to cover her long, exposed body. She stood up and took a few steps back. After she calmed herself down, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She widened her misty and alluring eyes. You can really mentally travel out of your body? Su Fengyan leisurely sat down on the chair and sneered. Is it strange that I can mentally travel out of my body? Isn't it even more strange that you're not willing to stop your seductive behavior even though you're clearly looking at me? Fan Xiaochai turned her head slightly and averted her gaze. Chapter 1069. Su Fengyan, who had truly achieved the state of harmony between heaven and man in the Taoist scriptures, continued with a smile, Come, continue, do it again. Isn't it said that there are only exhausted cows and no ruined fields? Fan Xiaochai was so angry that he was trembling all over. Su Fengyan added fuel to the fire. Finished so quickly? Fan Xiaochai's face turned from white to green, like a piece of green jade with a white background. Su Fengyan suddenly put a finger to his lips. Fan Xiaochai was, after all, a top spy of the Fushui society. She quickly focused on the door. The woman in the courtyard came and went. Fan Xiaochai could tell from the sound of her footsteps that it was the muddle-headed Zhang Shanshan. By the time Fan Xiaochai looked away, the out-of-body person had already come back to his senses. There was still about an hour before dawn. Fan Xiaochai, who hadn't slept a wink, reached out to grab the twin sabers under his pillow. As the footsteps in the courtyard drew closer, he heard a knock on the door. Fan Xiaochai asked calmly, What is it? After the uninvited guest knocked on the door, there was no more movement. Fan Xiaochai got out of bed, put on his boots, hung his twin sabers, and opened the door. He was confused to see the figure squatting on the steps. Su Fengyan said softly, Come with me. Fan Xiaochai had no objections. The two of them began to climb the mountain together. Perhaps it was because it was too early this time, or perhaps Su Fengyan was not familiar with the terrain and had taken a few unnecessary detours. In any case, the two of them did not reach the peak of Mount Fuyao to see the most brilliant sunrise from the best viewing point. Fan Xiaochai wanted to laugh, but he couldn't, so he followed silently behind the figure. Su Fengyan simply stopped and stood half a kilometer away from the peak of the mountain. Looking at the horizon in the distance, an enormous golden carp seemed to be rolling out of his eyes and lying on a green and white plate. Fan Xiaochai looked to the east with him, but he didn't find the scene very spectacular. Su Fengyan said calmly, I wanted to go to the top of the mountain and watch the sunrise. Then I'll talk to you about some important principles. But since I missed it, I'll just forget about it. For the first time, Fan Xiaochai spoke to the Northern Liang prince calmly. The entire Fan clan died because of the great general. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I should have targeted the great general instead of you, Su Fengyan, but I still sought you out for revenge. There's really no reason for me to reason with you. I've never thought about right or wrong. If it wasn't for this, I would have died in that medicinal pond in Whisking Water Society long ago. You have to know that out of 10 women who jumped in, 9.5 of them would die. At most, they would be left with half of their lives. That was only the first stage. Later on, there were 10 people left with half their lives. They killed each other and only 1 or 2 survived. I don't even know how I survived these 2 years. Fan Xiaochai laughed to himself. I know I can't kill you, but I haven't given up yet. I want to shave your bones and flesh clean and dip them in salt and vinegar. Then I can eat a few big bowls of rice. Fan Xiaochai raised his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. He sighed. Sometimes, I let my imagination run wild. If I stand, there is only enough space for 2 feet. If I lie down, it takes up more space. If I add a coffin, it's even more so. The heavens let us be reincarnated into this world. But in the end, we die just like that. Before we die, we curse the heavens for not opening their eyes. Aren't we afraid of reincarnating into the wrong body? Since there is no hope in this life, we can't bring disaster to the next. Fan Xiaochai turned his head and asked, Did I say too much? It's probably a bad habit from reading too many books. No wonder when I kill people, I like to torture them while talking. Su Fengyan was silent for a moment. Then he said seriously, I still have a lot of candles in my room. Fan Xiaochai's cheeks immediately flushed red, just like the red candles that dripped down yesterday. Soon, everyone on Mount Fui knew that there was a young county magistrate who was not afraid of death and spent his days wandering around the mountain. It wasn't that no bandits found him an eyesore and wanted to reward him with a knife in an alley. However, the first man who had such an idea and put it into action mysteriously lost his head when he drew his knife. When the registrar walked out of the alley, the bloody head rolled down the ground and touched his heel. Soon after, several men heard the grievous news. They were so anxious that their eyes turned red and swarmed over. 2 of them were cut in half by a woman from the outer mountains. Zhang Juxian, Wei Jin, and a few other big shots finally arrived. They didn't explain the inside story. Outsiders only knew that immortal Master Wei, in a fit of rage, had agreed to a life-and-death duel with the female devil surnamed Fan in half a day. However, during this time, no one was allowed to assassinate the registrar official. Thus, rumors and slanders spread. Some people said that the young county magistrate was the demoness lover and that for her, he was willing to give up his future and enter the mountain to be a pair of lovebirds. Some said that the demoness and the registrar were childhood sweethearts, and that she was a direct disciple of a first-rate gang in Bailiang. When she learned that her lover with a bright future had been kidnapped to Mount Fui, she killed her way here in a fit of anger. Some even said that the 2 were long-lost siblings and so on. In short, there were all kinds of strange rumors. There was no most bizarre, only more bizarre. As the life-and-death battle approached, Mount Fui looked at the young registrar as if they were looking at a dead man. At dawn, Su Fengyan walked alone to the top of the mountain. The wind and rain were dark, and the morning sun was nowhere to be seen. Su Fengyan had been greatly disappointed by the outcome of the battle with the Fuding army. He wondered if there would be any surprises this time. Su Fengyan suddenly remembered Fan Xiaochai's little action when he was climbing the mountain that day. He imitated him and stamped his feet. Mount Fui was destined to lose its foothold in Bailiang. Would Bailiang continue to have a foothold in the world? Su Fengyan stretched out his arms and embraced the world. Chapter 1070. As the date of the life and death agreement drew closer, Mount Fuyu began to monitor the young registrar more and more carefully. Perhaps it was because Fan Xiaochai was not a registered disciple of the Immortal Coffin Cave, so he did not get involved in this mess. Even Lu Haya was called back. However, just as everyone on Mount Fuyu thought that the demoness had been abandoned, the mountain lord of the Immortal Coffin Cave, Mi Fengjie, openly ascended the mountain. Although there were no other experts besides his proud disciple Lu Haya, no one dared to lower their guard. This was because Mi Fengjie was carrying a sword, like an old horse carrying a heavy load. This was because Mi Fengjie had too many swords on his back, no less than 30 of them. At that time, Su Fengyan was squatting on the stone steps of the mountain gate with a few mischievous youths, chatting about the gaudy world outside the mountain in exchange for some red-bellied golden pheasants that they had caught. They were talking about the pros and cons of the courtesans of the 2 prefectures of Liang and Ling, about whose breasts were so tight that not even a drop of water could leak out, whose buttocks could hold more objects when raised. 5 or 6 of the youths were startled by the conversation and began to compare them to the attractive older sisters and aunts on the mountain. They had a rough idea of who they were and then secretly smiled. The youths of the bandits did not have much of a bad impression of this man who was an official. When he talked dirty and bragged, he was just like the elders on the mountain. Someone advised him to settle down and become a bandit. When Su Fengyan saw Mi Fengjie, the hunchbacked old man who had been carrying a sword for more than 40 years was raising his head to wipe his sweat. He stopped walking, shook his back, and reached out to push the ancient swords back to their original positions. The ordinary-looking old man and Su Fengyan looked at each other coldly. Lu Haya whispered something to his master. Only then did Mi Fengjie take another look at Su Fengyan, but that was all. He continued to climb the mountain slowly. The youths beside Su Fengyan were no strangers to this stern hidden sword cave master. The braver ones even threatened to buy a few good swords from Mi Fengjie. The old man ignored most of the youths on Mount Fuyao. Instead, he looked at a sturdy youth who was squatting at the edge of the mountain and had not spoken a word. He casually pulled out an ancient sword that was not commonly seen in Jianghu. It was a scabbard and a scabbard. If the two swords were divided into sizes, they would be the mother and son swords. Mi Fengjie threw the sword to the youth and continued to climb the mountain without saying a word. The youth who had given the sword to him for no reason caught the sword and quickly threw it to the side, not daring to look at it. There were rules in the family and the mountain. The youth did not know who his mother was since he was young, and his father had died in a military operation to suppress bandits. He had no one to rely on and did not dare to break the rules of Mount Fuyao. Lu Haya shook his head slightly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet it had been wasted by this young man. Most people practiced swordsmanship in the Immortal Coffin Cave. How many people had the honor of being personally gifted a sword by their master? The name of the Immortal Coffin Cave came from his master's discovery of a burial ground for ancient swordsmen on the mountain. A cave, a tomb, a corpse, and a sword were used as coffins. Mi Fengjie, who used to roam the world leisurely, received this great fortune and settled down here. He called himself the Lord of the Profound Sword Cave and steadily improved his swordsmanship. Aside from his battle with Zhang Juxian, no one else had seen his master use his sword. Other than going into seclusion to comprehend swordsmanship, every time he came out of seclusion, he would only verbally instruct the younger generation in swordsmanship. Lu Haya's 4 senior brothers and sisters had all been bestowed a famed sword by his master. Only he had received 3. However, compared to Fan Shaochai, Lu Haya was still far behind. Back then, his master had not hesitated to give her half of the ancient swords in the Immortal Coffin Cave just to make this girl call him master. Lu Haya followed behind this elderly swordsman. Sometimes he would wonder if this Lord of the Profound Sword Cave was willing to come out of seclusion. Would he be the legendary sword immortal of Jianghu? Would he be the earth immortal who overlooked the Jianghu? Mi Fengjie frowned and once again stopped in his tracks. He saw Zhang Juxian, whose aptitude was not worth mentioning, coming down from the mountain to welcome him. The bullshit immortal Master Wei Jin also came with his companions. Behind them there were even elites. With such a large force, was Mount Fuyao going to bully him with numbers? Mi Fengjie smiled lightly. Wasn't he also using his sword to bully others? If the experts of Mount Fuyao wanted to come, they would come. Thinking back to those years when he first came out of Jianghu and traveled around the martial emperor city, he happened to meet the genius swordsman of Dongyue Sword Pool, Song Nianqing, who had ascended the city with his sword. Every move he made was one move. How carefree he was. Even though he was defeated by the invincible Wang Xianji, it was still a glorious defeat. After that, he made up his mind to walk down Song Nianqing's path of swordsmanship unswervingly. He even wanted to walk further than great Grandmaster Song. However, Song Nianqing would never have the chance to know that there was a swordsman of the same age far away in Beiliang, who had been chasing after him for decades, but never had the chance to fight to his heart's content. Zhang Juxian, who was well-versed in talismans, had a solemn expression. He slightly cupped his fists towards the Lord of the Profound Sword Cave and said in a low voice, "Cave Lord, please don't misunderstand. This is news that I have just received. A large group of soldiers and horses have already gathered outside Mount Fuyao. This is different from the time when there were less than 100 patrolmen who entered the mountain to fight on a small scale. This time, there are only about 90 armored elite soldiers. There are also more than 20 elite scouts who have entered the mountain in advance to investigate the terrain step by step. There are also more than 400 patrolmen from Qingan County and Yanji County following closely behind. Mi Fengjia's expression was as tranquil as an ancient well. He asked indifferently, "It's only 500 people. Mount Fuyao is so big. Is Mountain Lord Zhang worried that there won't be enough space to bury them?" Mount Fuyao's beacon had all been built by Gu Jiantong's former military officers in the Wei and Jin provinces. The old man said bitterly, "If the two sides were competing in ability, we wouldn't need to worry so much. However, since the two provinces' officials were willing to lower themselves to borrow soldiers from a military officer, and were even willing to sacrifice 400 lives to fill Mount Fuyao, they might fly into a rage out of humiliation if they fail. Even if the entire army is annihilated, perhaps even those military officers in Yuzhou who hold real power in Yuzhou will covet this fat piece of meat. When that time comes, Mount Fuyao will be restless. Cave Lord, your heavenly abode will definitely not have peaceful days to pass." The corner of the sinking sword Cave Lord's mouth was full of ridicule. Wei Jin did not show his annoyance towards Mi Fengjia's unbearably ignorant indifference. Naturally, the sinking sword Cave Lord's martial attainment was the best in Mount Fuyao, but when it came to the general situation, Wei Jin felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. However, the current situation was dangerous, so he had no choice but to patiently explain. "Cave Lord, you and I both know how powerful Bailiang's armored soldiers are. They aren't something that a few masters can contend against. At the very least, even if Mount Fuyao uses up all of its people to block the next wave of attack from a certain Yuzhou lieutenant's 1,000 armored soldiers, even the Yuzhou general Huang Fuming will be alarmed. It is said that this person's temperament is malicious and cruel. For the sake of an official position, he even handed over his own family to the Bailiang Palace, leaving him as the sole survivor. Only then did he slowly climb up to the position of Yuzhou general. He himself comes from a wealthy family in the martial arts world, and he also holds the military authority of a province. He is well versed in methods to deal with the gangs of Jianghu. If this poisonous snake sets his eyes on him, Mount Fuyao's immortal coffin cave will be intimately interdependent. Cave Lord, you and I should be facing a common enemy together to overcome this crisis." Mi Fengjie sneered. "Since we are in a situation where we can only win one, win two, and lose three, what's the point of forming an alliance? Won't we just throw away our lives in vain? According to your Mount Fuyao's logic, we should all flee as soon as possible." Wei Jin hesitated for a moment and looked at Mountain Lord Zhang Juxian. The latter nodded lightly. Only then did Wei Jin say, "I have an idea, but I don't know if Cave Lord is willing to listen." Chapter 1071. The receding sword cave master did not say a word. He coldly stared at this old man who liked to eat, sleep, and curse Bailiang, with an expression that said, "If you have something to fart with, just say it." Wei Jin was depressed, but he still slowly said, "Our stronghold is not as hard to find as a mortal coffin cave. In this battle, there is no need to trouble the cave master. Mount Fuyao will face the 500 soldiers alone, pretending that both sides have suffered losses, and then burn this stronghold to the ground. We hope that the immortal coffin cave master will take us in. Not only is our mountain chieftain willing to serve the cave master, but everyone in Mount Fuyao will also listen to you. As for later, if Yuzhou still does not give up and wants to scour this mountain, we will have nowhere to hide. At that time, it is up to the immortal coffin cave to leave or stay, but we Mount Fuyao will stay and fight to the death. If the Yuzhou army relaxes and does not enter the mountain, Mount Fuyao will not change today's agreement." The receding sword cave master, Mi Fengjie, fell into deep thought. Zhang Juxian was worthy of being called a hero who had occupied a mountain for many years. He laughed freely and said, "Even if the cave master does not believe the verbal agreement of Mount Fuyao, you should believe the 40 swords behind you. At present, the two mountains are evenly matched. After this battle, Mount Fuyao will be greatly weakened. What capital does it have to compete with Immortal Coffin Cave? There is an ancient saying that a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Mount Fuyao should have been like this long ago. Today this saying is true. Only Zhang Juxian's luck is not good. His martial cultivation is not as good as the cave masters, and his luck is far inferior. He has no choice but to admit defeat. Lu Haya silently weighed the pros and cons. Zhang Juxian and Wei Jin, these two old foxes, had no obvious loopholes in their plan. The root of all of this was actually Beiliang's military power. For any Jianghu power, it was too big a monster. Moreover, the king of Beiliang was ranked 6th in the new 15. His retainer Su Yanbing was one of the last 5. Even the cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong, who was not ranked, was one of the top 3 experts in the Liang army. All of this was where the morale of Beiliang's hidden army lay. Even though Lu Haya was quite proud of his martial arts attainments, he did not even have the luxury of fighting against these people. Lu Haya suddenly heard his master instructing him in a flat tone, "Haya, from now on, you will help Mountain Lord Zhang with your meager strength. Treat it as our immortal coffin cave's welcoming ceremony for our esteemed guest." Lu Haya nodded. The etiquette of receiving a guest was all fake. The real thing was for his disciple to verify it with her own eyes. The meticulous Lu Haya caught a glimpse of Zhang Juxian and Wei Jin from the corner of his eye, and he became even more certain that Mount Fuyao was truly facing a calamity and had no choice but to resort to this. Otherwise, who would be willing to live under someone else's roof? Suddenly, Mi Fengjie said, "Fan Shaochai is a sword Dao talent that I hold in high regard. She is also a disciple that I, Mi Fengjie, must take in for seclusion." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. Since the cave master has said so, and the immortal coffin cave also has a welcoming ceremony, it is only right for me to present a gift. At this moment, it is equivalent to personally tearing up the life and death agreement. Wei Jin is willing to surrender without a fight. The 2 weapons, the rusted copper sword and the sparrow tail saber, will also be returned to their rightful owners. Wei Jin raised his hand and called over 2 white-robed boys who were holding the case. He said in a low voice, "Give the rusted sparrow tail saber to Miss Fan." The 2 white-robed boys looked at each other, and then tears streamed down their faces. It was obvious that they were reluctant to part with it. Even if they were to help their master carry such a famous divine weapon, it would be a great satisfaction. After giving it away, it would be difficult for them to even look at it or touch it in the future. Wei Jin said sternly, "Go!" The white-robed boys did not dare to disobey and quickly left. Zhang Juxian smiled and asked, "Cave Master, there is something that I don't know if I should say." Mi Fengjie smiled. "Is everyone in Mount Fuyao so bashful? Since we are one family, there is naturally no need to be polite." Zhang Juxian's face darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Magnanimously, he said, "On Mount Fuyao, a county magistrate from Yanji County has been kidnapped. She seems to be an old acquaintance of Miss Fan. She has taken a liking to him and did not hesitate to fight to the death with Mountain Chieftain Wei." Mi Fengjie interrupted Zhang Juxian's words, coldly saying, "Fan Shaochai is the granddaughter of my Northern Han's great General Fan. She has taken a liking to a 6th-rank official from Beiliang. What is there to make a fuss about? When she gets tired of playing with him, she can just kill him. With her outstanding talent, how could she possibly stop her cultivation for the sake of love? What a joke!" Zhang Juxian was resentful and did not say anything else. Stepping on the setting sun, Su Fengyan carried 2 cages of red-bellied golden pheasants back to the courtyard. At that time, Wang Shiwei had inadvertently revealed a flaw to Wang Xianshan. This seemingly simple and naive woman clearly did not take it lightly. During this time, Su Fengyan was still able to roam about freely, while Wang Shiwei was tightly confined within a courtyard. Hidden sentries were keeping an eye on him. In particular, after news that soldiers were about to enter the mountains spread throughout Mount Fuyao, 2 experts immediately sat down in the courtyard, breathing deeply. This made Wang Shiwei accept life and death. When Su Fengyan entered the courtyard, he was sitting on the steps, drinking in large gulps, exuding a heroic spirit. Su Fengyan was also affected and sat down by his side. Putting down the chicken coop, he took the wine jug from Wang Shiwei's hand and raised his head to take a swig of the strong wine. The dinner after that was exceptionally sumptuous, with plenty of fish and meat. Wang Shiwei chuckled, looking past life and death. he said, "It seems that this group of evildoers on Mount Fuyao will mistakenly kill and not let go. Registrar Su, you have benefited from this Wang's glory for this last meal. That said, if Brother Su still has the chance to leave the mountain, I'd like to trouble you to tell my wife and son in Horsehoof County, Qingan County, that Wang Shiwei did not die in vain. Brother Su, remember to especially tell my son, Bai, that his father made a great contribution in uprooting the Golden Pheasant Mountain bandits." Wang Shiwei drank the wine with a calm expression. "It's just that I've let down the mother and son, so I feel somewhat guilty." Su Fengyan nodded, but did not say any words of consolation. The next morning, there was quite a commotion on Mount Fuyao. There were more than 180 young and strong bandits, all of them rushing down the mountain aggressively. Su Fengyan and Wang Shiwei's courtyard was already under house arrest. Wang Shiwei sat in the main hall, calming himself down, preparing to kill one to recoup his losses when Mount Fuyao turned hostile. If he killed a pair, it would be a profit. Su Fengyan had long since left his body and entered a spiritual state. He quietly came to the dense forest of Mount Fuyao and stood on a tree branch in the middle of a mountain peak, quietly observing the battle. Fan Xiaochai, who had obtained the sparrow-tail copper rust, was indeed not stupid. She probably guessed that Su Fengyan would be absent-minded while watching the battle, so she snuck into the backyard. There was only a wall between her and Su Fengyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She pressed her hands on the saber and sword at her waist. During Su Fengyan's 9 journeys as a celestial being, Su Yambing had always been guarding him. This was because he was afraid that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him. Most of his soul had left his body to travel far away and condense into a new form, which would greatly reduce the strength of his body. This was an established fact that not even an immortal on earth could change. Although there were no written records of this in Taoist scriptures, Fan Xiaochai had already reached a higher level in martial arts. At the same time, she was able to stand out among the many spies of Fushui society. This was the best opportunity to kill Su Fengyan, who was ranked 6th in the world. She did not think that there would be such an opportunity in the future. Therefore, she did not hesitate to strike. The sparrow-tail copper rust broke through the wall as easily as a needle piercing through paper. Her delicate body also smashed through the wall. The moment she vaguely saw the back of that figure through the dust, Fan Xiaochai did not feel too much hatred, only relief. When Fu Xiaoshan saw this, he did not hate Fan Xiaochai to the core. However, this did not mean that Fan Xiaochai would give up the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Moreover, there was no record of any woman becoming a Buddha in the Buddhist scriptures. When the tip of Fan Xiaochai's saber and sword were only a foot away from that figure, her already abundant qi increased by another level. The gang qi at the tip of her rusted sword suddenly surged. Before the tip of the sword reached, the gang qi had already arrived. Su Fengyan, who was on a mental journey, stood lightly on a branch. He could not help but chuckle softly. "Do you think Gao Shulu's body is made of paper? Otherwise, why would I go on an out-of-body journey so easily?" Ignoring the changes in the courtyard, Su Fengyan looked into the distance. Finally, people were starting to die. Chapter 1072. When it came to a small war, there was no such thing as destiny, so there was no such thing as an opportune moment. However, Mount Fuyao held the geographical advantage, so there was no need to doubt it. With more than 20 military scouts thrown into the mountain, it was very difficult to capture military intelligence that would be beneficial to the war situation and successfully transmit it back to the army at the first possible moment. Mount Fuyao had 6 beacon towers that were hard to detect. Because the Wei and Jin dynasties, who had been military officers, pursued a policy of being loose on the outside and tight on the inside, there was only one outside the mountain. Originally, there were only 8 beacon towers, but 8 more were added at the last moment. Half of them were stationed on the mountain while the other half were roaming about. The latter were assisted by the chirping of birds, making them even more secretive and difficult to detect. The 108 bandits of Mount Fuyao were divided into 3 groups of troops. The 3rd mountain lord, Nan Baoyu, was the leader. He was an 8-foot-tall burly man who wielded a pair of gilded sledgehammers. He had the fewest men under his command, only 30. Every one of them was nimble and strong, armed with short sabers and bows and arrows. They truly had the air of a dismounted crossbowman. They formed a fan shape and swiftly advanced forward. Several cautious military scouts quickly came into contact with these bandits. Because there was no such thing as who was in the open and who was in the dark, it was a close combat battle. The scout's saber technique carried the distinct style of Bailiang's army. Concise, practical, and most importantly, desperate. The burly bandit, whose martial arts were superior to the scouts by a level, was clearly not used to this kind of life-for-life fighting style. However, he relied on his superior technique and agilely moved around like an ape in the forest. He opened up a distance and waited for an opportunity to attack again. The scout was unable to get close and did not blindly attack. After a Mount Fuyao bandit found an opportunity to slash his shoulder with a saber, he gritted his teeth and forcefully fired his short crossbow. The bolt brushed past the man's cheek and nailed into a tree. This arrow scared the man so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. As he ran, he took out a throwing knife from his waist and threw a series of extremely familiar throwing knives at the heavily injured scout. The scout, whose shoulder had a wound of an inch or so, couldn't dodge in time. Several throwing knives were nailed into his chest and thighs, leaving him on the verge of death. The man moved forward like a mountain snake, drawing an arc in the air as he carefully closed in on the enemy, not giving the scout a chance to fire his crossbow. After he dodged the last crossbow with a somersault in the air, the man standing behind the scout let out a sinister smile, bent his waist, and ran forward. With a raise of his hand, he chopped off the scout's head and kicked the headless corpse over. The man snapped his fingers and received 50 taels of silver, as well as a promise from the mountain chieftain that after he killed this man, he would be able to spend the night with a few beautiful maidservants from the big houses on the mountain. Just as the man was about to raise his saber and leave the scene, he felt a jolt in his heart and his head sway forward. He fell to the ground, dead on the spot. It turned out that 2 crossbow bolts had pierced his chest and the back of his head at almost the same time. A grassland bandit who had rushed over after hearing the commotion had only just seen this frightening scene and was about to find a place to hide when 2 crossbow bolts came flying at him. The man instinctively dodged one of the bolts, but the other one still pierced through his neck. He slumped against a tree trunk and abandoned his saber, covering his bleeding neck with both hands. The 2 scouts, one on the ground and one under the tree, made a hand signal to each other. After confirming that there were no fish in the vicinity, they continued to move forward stealthily. This was the Bailiang scouts' 3 men make a tiger that was even more adept than the dead man's flying dagger. In the beginning, most of the Su family's soldiers were born as bumpkins. Not to mention military books, they hadn't even touched the 300 or so books on basic knowledge. Their overuse of idioms had always been widely criticized. However, only those who had died under the cold saber during the spring and autumn period understood the ruthlessness and fierceness of their enemies on the battlefield. After the 20-some scouts came into contact with the first wave of bandits on Mount Fuyao, 8 of them died. Using their cooperation, they easily killed the other 9. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but if the 3 scouts that Nan Baoyu personally slaughtered with his overwhelming brute force were removed, then in reality, even if the Jianghu experts had the advantage in individual combat strength against the veteran soldiers who used battle formations to find loopholes and fill in the gaps, it was easy to see who had the upper hand in the battle. What's more, 4 of them had successfully circled to the back of Nan Baoyu's fan-shaped defensive line. Finally, 2 of them returned to Bishan County's way by Shank and successfully reported the battle situation to Yanji Commandery's Yushui Commandery's Su Jin. This time, Su Jin personally led nearly 100 armored soldiers into the mountain to exterminate the bandits, including half of his scouts. Hearing the approximate number of casualties, this commandery, who had real power in bright armor, tightly pursed his lips with a gloomy look in his eyes. He waved his hand to indicate that the scouts could bypass the first battlefield and enter the hinterland of Mount Fuyao until they encountered the second group of bandits. Su Jin's unit was an ordinary number 5 army in Yanji Commandery, which was ranked in the middle of Yuzhou. However, the scouts trained by Su Jin, who used to be White Horse Scouts of Northern Liang, were very famous in Yuzhou and he was proud of it. Some of his old comrades who had returned to the border with him always liked to bet with him. If they lost the bet, they would shamelessly ask for the scouts under Su Jun's command. As a result, after entering the mountain, nearly half of his scouts died. This commandery Su Jun didn't do anything in exasperation. Instead, he just took off his new horse war cold saber and lightly licked the blade with his tongue with a bloodthirsty look. Being able to become a white horse scout, Su Jun was naturally a senior cavalry soldier. Therefore, even though the local commandant should follow the law of wearing a white horse cold saber, he still secretly gave away to the commandant above him. Of course, for this reason, Su Jun also cut off 2 pieces of meat to show his filial piety. Looking ahead, Su Jun grinned. After knowing that the commandant who had known him for 10 years knew that the 2 brats were fledglings who had only been scouts for less than half a year, it was said that he was so angry that he threatened to kick Su Jun out of the mountain. His mother even dared to cheat an old sergeant. Besides Bai Shank, Su Jun also had Fengguan, the county magistrate of Bishan County, who insisted on joining in the fun. Su Jun didn't like him, so he didn't care about his limp after dismounting. After entering the mountain, he moved as fast as he should. This weak scholar probably had quite a few blisters on the soles of his feet. However, Su Jun didn't care whether he lived or died. For the sake of County Magistrate Bai, he didn't mind sharing some military merits with him. The 2 deputy commandants each led a light armored infantry soldier. Taking the lead, they watched covetously, waiting for their leader, Su Jun, to give the order. Because Su Jun was worried about the 400 patrolmen in Qingan County and Tuaji County, he needed to personally oversee the situation. He trusted Bai Shank, the county magistrate, and Song Yu, the descendant of a large clan, who he knew well. However, although these 2 young men had the ability, it was a pity that they didn't have enough reputation to convince the wily old fox leaders of the 2 counties. Marching and fighting an army wasn't a child's play on paper. If word got out that he, Su Jun, had brought 500 men and was still struggling to suppress 200 to 300 bandits, he, Su Jun, couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 1073. Behind Su Jun's scouts were 100 patrol officers with outstanding martial prowess. Although they didn't participate in the first wave of battle, they quickly bumped into Nan Baoyu. The patrol officers of the 2 counties were very careless with the grand task of suppressing the bandits. Su Jun already disliked them for being a hindrance. Since these patrol officers with high official ranks felt that battle merits were at their fingertips, Su Jun allowed them to explore. Su Jun himself also wanted to know how many troublesome experts these bandits had. After all, it was never a bad thing to know one's own strength and the enemy's strength. At this moment, Nan Baoyu, who was the 3rd in command of Mount Talisman, was sitting on a mountain rock. He let 2 nimble scouts do a head count. Out of 30 brothers, 9 had left. The key point was that they didn't even get a single advantage. This caused Nan Baoyu to angrily bang his hammers together. The sound was as loud as the ringing of a temple bell. He didn't care about exposing his hiding place. However, the battle didn't give Nan Baoyu, a 3rd-rank expert who was not far from the threshold of master, much time to breathe. Soon, a scout reported that a large group of soldiers had arrived. Nan Baoyu asked how many people there were, but the scout wasn't a proper scout. When he saw a dozen or so patrol officers appear in his line of sight, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and ran. How could he give an accurate number? As the master of Mount Talisman, Nan Baoyu knew his own strength. He snorted coldly and didn't argue with him. He strode forward and took the lead to crash into the thick line of patrol officers. Did they really think that just because he wasn't a master, he could crush him as he wished? There were more than 100 patrol officers led by 4 experienced guards. They didn't know the essence of battle formations, but they knew a little bit about it. Formations might seem like a mess in the eyes of experts, but at least there was something for show. For the 4 leaders to be able to stand out in a county and dare to personally take risks, they definitely had some martial arts skills. The patrol officers beside them were the elites of Qingan County and Yanji County. They often participated in street battles, so the gap between them and Linjian was much smaller than the gap between them and the cavalry battle. The combination of sabermen and archers was still quite suitable. Therefore, when they saw the burly old man carrying a pair of sledgehammers charging out like a wild horse, after the guards gave the order, the bows and arrows shot out in an orderly manner from the gaps between the trees like ladles of water splashing down on his head. Nan Baoyu laughed unscrupulously. Relying on his sturdy physique as a third-pin martial artist, he wildly swung his gilded sledgehammers, which flashed with golden light. He didn't even bother to dodge some of the weak arrows, so they only scraped his body, causing him to bleed. His eyes were bloodshot as he ran forward with his head lowered. Two bandits who had never experienced such a battle before were immediately shot out like hedgehogs. When they fell to the ground, the front half of their bodies were full of arrows. Under the command of a young martial art master from Talisman Mountain, they hastily split into two groups and rapidly advanced from the left and right sides. They were bound to scatter the arrow formation first. Some of the bandits who practiced lightness skill were especially nimble. Every time they swept forward, they would land behind a thick tree trunk between the gaps of the arrow rain. With this kind of advance, their losses were not great. In addition, with Nan Baoyu drawing the enemy's attention, even if victory was not in their grasp, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. In any case, they were far from being defeated like a landslide. That young master was none other than Lu Yu, the disciple of the immortal master from Mountain of Talismans, Wei Jin. He was the #1 contributor to the prison break in Bishan County. He was the only bandit who charged forward from the front. Since his master was Wei Jin, who was proficient in talismans, Lu Yu, who carried an ancient mahogany sword on his back, naturally knew many secret techniques of Taoism. Piece after piece of yellow paper flew out of his sleeve, planting Xiantong talismans that he had painstakingly crafted on the tree trunks. He softly spat out a tut word, and with a twist of his wrists, two large trees suddenly fell toward the patrolling officers. Not a single person was crushed to death, but it somewhat disrupted the originally tight formation. Lu Yu continuously threw out yellow paper talismans from his sleeve and chanted incantations. As if possessed by spirits, the trees collapsed wantonly. As a result, the bandits who were running on both sides became increasingly relaxed. A few of them who were proficient in lightness skills even whistled contentedly. Since it was a matter of life and death that they could not escape from, those who were afraid of death would die faster. This was a principle that the bandits of Mountain of Talismans understood more deeply than the patrolling officers. Moreover, one side was here to gain military merit, while the other side was forced to do something desperate. Putting the overall situation aside, just based on the mental strength of both sides, the difference in strength was obvious. Although the four patrolling officers tactfully chose to engage in a battle of attrition rather than overestimating their own strength, when faced with Nan Baoyu, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary border army captain, it was inevitable that they would find it difficult to deal with him. Nan Baoyu took the risk of being rescued, slashed open his back with a saber, and struck out with two hammers, crushing the head of an old patrolling officer into pieces. Blood splattered all over his body, and he casually threw out a hammer, smashing a patrolling officer who was stunned for a moment and had no choice but to use a saber to block his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed into a tree and swayed uncontrollably. Just as he was about to stand up with difficulty, Lu Yu, who was behind Nan Baoyu, used a talisman as a weapon, cutting into his face. His face was badly mutilated, and he was on the verge of death. His end was particularly miserable. Lu Yu leapt high into the air, and the last dozen or so talismans he kept at the bottom of his sleeves flew out. Nan Baoyu, who only had a gilded sledgehammer left, carelessly wiped away the blood on his face. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, glanced at the shadow above his head, and cursed, "Stinking brat, you liked to shit and pee on your Uncle Nan's neck when you were little. You don't wear open-crotch pants anymore. You still haven't changed your thieving nature." Lu Yu swept into the patrolling officer's formation. His unsheathed peachwood sword seemed to have no edge, but with a sweep of his sword, he chopped off the heads of two patrolling officers at the front. Lu Yu lowered his head and bent over, one hand supporting the corpses. He continued to charge forward, and the peachwood sword in his hand killed another patrolling officer at his side. The two patrolling officers, who had luckily escaped death under Nan Baoyu's hammer, looked at each other and nodded. Neither of them retreated a single step. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but that they could not retreat and were not willing to retreat. The men of Bailiang, regardless of whether they were officials or bandits, might not usually show it, but when faced with death, they all had the same strength of character and courage. A few days ago, most of the Bailiang natives who had been raised by the Zhongmen court had gone to their deaths. They did not ask why. They did not ask why that bastard young king was so cold-blooded, nor did they ask whether they deserved to die, whether their deaths were worth it. They simply died in the midst of assassination. Those who dragged out an ignoble existence were often outsiders. The 100 patrolling officers clearly did not anticipate that such a situation would occur. Attacked from 3 sides by the bandits of Mount Fuyao, how many of the 100 people would be left? The answer came to light very quickly. There were only 6 people standing in front of Commandant Su Jin. They were the faces of the 6 leaders, all of whom looked very young and immature. This meant that in less than an hour, 4 out of 4 patrolling officers from the 2 counties had died, and they were all the most capable people. County Magistrate Feng Kuang sucked in a breath of cold air, his timidity thick. Su Jin's face was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved. There was no need for this commandant to say another word. Those patrolling officers did not dare to fight for merit and obediently fell behind the 100 armored soldiers. Su Fengyan stood on the tall branch from beginning to end, but he turned his head and glanced back. The movements at the front of the mountain had all entered his eyes. But if nothing unexpected happened, no matter how brave and skilled the soldiers led by the commandant were, they would not be able to take down Mount Fuyao that was allied with the immortal coffin cave. But Huang Fuxi's troops had also arrived at the back of the mountain. 100 crossbowmen and 1,000 elite infantries of Yuzhou province in the truest sense. There were also 1,000 light cavalry outside the mountain responsible for chasing down the fish that had escaped the net. Su Fengyan smiled. Wang Shiwei had made him regain his confidence in the Yuzhou officialdom, and that commandant's mere 20 scouts had caused him to have a whole new level of respect for the commandants of Yuzhou. Right now he, Su Fengyan, could go to the Beimang Imperial Palace alone and start a massacre. He might even be more domineering than Chao Chongqing going to Great Peace City. But if he truly wanted to protect the door to the northwest, Su Fengyan needed something other than the 300,000 cavalry at the border. Chapter 1074. Zhang Juxian had already left the mountain and was personally in charge of the second group of mountain guards. Immortal Master Wei Jin was in charge of bringing up the rear. He could still stand at the mountain gate and look into the distance. Something was better than nothing. It was already noon. Next to the old man stood the most precious woman on Mount Fuyao, Zhang Shanshan. Zhang Shanshan didn't know why her father would give her such a vulgar name. As for her mother, whom she had never met and never had a chance to talk about, she only knew of the memorial tablet in the mountain temple. When Mi Fengjie returned to the immortal coffin cave with one of Zhang Shanshan's trusted aides, Zhang Shanshan felt that the situation was out of her expectations. Her master, Wei Jin, who had always been calm in the face of danger, began to show a strong sense of uneasiness. The old man who had lost his rusty sparrow tail placed one hand on the white jade arch of the mountain gate. He hesitated and asked softly, "Shanshan, do you know who gave you this name?" Zhang Shanshan was puzzled. "Is it not my deceased mother?" Wei Jin shook his head and sighed. "Of course not. Everyone on Mount Fuyao knows that I was once a capable lieutenant under Great General Gu. All these years, I have joked with all of you that I retreated in the face of adversity because I wanted to protect myself. In reality, it was not like that. Although Great General Gu had disbanded all his troops, he had gone to Great Peace City to become the Minister of War. The imperial court had never thought of getting rid of this great general once he had outlived his usefulness. Thus, most of the old generals of Gu's army, whether in the imperial court or outside, lived well. They did not need to hide to avoid trouble. It was just that there were not many old people on the mountain, and later on many of them left. The young people did not know much, so they believed whatever I said. In reality, when the imperial court weighed the pros and cons, they decided to give Su Shao the title of King of Bailiang and not Great General Gu the title of Vassal of Bailiang. They both had a backup plan. If Great General Gu was the king of Beiliang and Su Xiao was the minister of war, then Mount Fuyao, whose original name was Mount Jinji, should have been Su Zhao's trusted aide standing here. Zhang Shanshan was flabbergasted. He asked in a trembling voice, "Then my father?" Wei Jin's heroic spirit suddenly overflowed. He laughed and said, "Your father? Ah, his real name is Zhang Gonglian, one of the great General Gu's personal 6 horsemen, a man who has personally slaughtered several spring and autumn vassal kings. Little girl, all these years, you've always complained that your father isn't heroic enough. Being a bandit doesn't make him a true hero. Your father has a belly full of grievances, but it's not good for him to tell anyone. This secret I can't even tell you. I originally planned to bring it into the coffin with me." The old man muttered to himself. According to military books, the Golden Chicken Mountain is a dead place. Logically speaking, there are several other places on the road of Beiliang that could be more flexible than the Golden Chicken Mountain. But without exception, all of them were easily uprooted by that cripple Su Xiao. Every time one of them was uprooted, Lame Su would spread the word that he would ask the imperial court for war horses, provisions, and salaries. The emperor of the Zhao family would have to give them to him. This was probably the source of Butcher's confidence. Under his watch, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Over at the front of the mountain, if I'm not mistaken, many people have already died. And such things have already happened many times. Many spies like your father and I who have concealed our identities for many years can only endure until we die. In the end, the scheming of these important people in the imperial court behind the palace was caused by the piling up of our lives. I watched as those young people, who were kept in the dark until their deaths, died one by one. Far away in Great Peace City, there were naturally first and second rank officials coldly watching me and your father, silently waiting for the news of our deaths. Other than Great General Gu, those people didn't even frown. The old man pulled back his hand and rubbed the girl's head. He said sadly, "That's why I didn't want you to know about these unhappy things, the grievances of the previous generation. The great general once praised your father for his talent and even wanted to bring him into the Ministry of War. Whether it was to go to Jing to fulfill his ambitions or to retire safely, it was a blessing worthy of the envy of ordinary people. However, your father was stubborn. He resented the imperial court for not giving the great general the title of king and only giving him the shitty minister of war. As for the 8 people that the world knew had gone to Jing to be the pillars of the country, wasn't that an insult to the great general? Your father couldn't take it anymore, so he came here with me. Even when the great general left the capital to lead the military affairs of the northern lands, he sent a secret letter asking your father to accompany him to Liao. However, your father disliked that place because it was the place where Lame Su rose. More importantly, he was afraid that you would not be used to the ice and snow there. No matter how much I persuaded him, he would not go." A whistle hurriedly ran from the back mountain of the talismans to the mountain gate, delivering a piece of bad news. Wei Jin only nodded. He was not too shocked. He sighed and said, "Girl, you should know the answer. Your name was given by the great general. Originally, it was agreed that you would marry his youngest son when you grew up and become the daughter-in-law of the Gu family." Zhang Shanshan, who had been in a daze, asked, "Master, what did the whistle say just now?" Wei Jin said bitterly, "As soon as Mi Fengjie left, I knew something was wrong. As expected, the soldiers at the front of the mountain were just a smokescreen. Behind the mountain was the real deal. Yuzhou General Huang Fuxiu personally led the troops here. Just the crossbowmen at the border alone numbered more than 100. This was not something the scouts of the 5th Army within the borders could compare to. They have already entered the mountain." Zhang Shanshan's face turned ashen. Wei Jin revealed a look of resignation. "I'm also puzzled. Although this mountain seems to be a dead land, it's actually unbalanced in terms of offense and defense. It's not important to the overall situation of Yuzhou province. Obviously, the general who led the army to Yuzhou province asked your father to come here for selfish reasons. How did it attract the interest of that madman Huang Fujin?" Zhang Shanshan asked painfully, "Master, is there a traitor on the mountain?" The old man smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter. Everywhere, There will be people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhang Shanshan asked in a daze, Master, why don't we let Father surrender? If we don't fight, people won't die. The old man was neither angry nor disappointed. He shook his head and said indifferently, Silly girl, if we don't fight, people will die. The Han family of Jizhou was wiped out. Beiliang's Su family also lost many people outside the battlefield. Even His Royal Highness almost died. To be honest, I have been watching that Beiliang Lame Su for almost 20 years. Only then did I realize that if our great general became the king of Beiliang, it might not be a good thing. Zhang Shanshan was about to speak when Wei Jin flicked the girl's forehead. She immediately fainted. A young man with a golden-haired monkey squatted on his shoulder supported her. Wei Jin said calmly, Take the young lady to the secret room to hide. Wuxia, even if you die, you must die before you send the young lady to Liao. Your life and your name were all given to you by Mount Talisman. It is time to pay back your debt. The young man's eyes were resolute. He nodded and carried the girl he admired on his back. He walked past the archway of the mountain gate and was about to enter the secret passage that only 3 people in the entire Mount Talisman knew about. He had just become the 3rd person yesterday. Wuxia did not expect that he would have to use this escape route so soon. Chapter 1075. Ho Xiaoshan suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he was facing a great enemy. Wei Jin also frowned, unconsciously twirling his beard as he stared fixedly at the young man blocking his way. The young registrar of Bishan district, a general's son who should be an embroidered pillow. Wei Jin walked forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ho Xiaoshan. He chuckled softly. I guessed that something was wrong with you, but this old man's eyes must be muddled. I didn't see that Registrar Su was an expert who could restrain his divine will to the point of leaving no trace behind. As expected, only those who hide their strength are considered true experts. This old man's eyes are blind. I hope that Registrar Su will be magnanimous and forgive me. Su Fengnian had long since regained her senses. Fan Xiaochai's previous attack was no different from throwing an egg against a rock. She could still be considered clear-headed. After her attack failed, she threw away her sword and saber and knelt in the room, adopting a posture of waiting for death. When Wang Shiwei had heard the sound of the wall cracking, he had broken down the door and entered. In the end, he had seen such a strange scene that he couldn't wrap his head around it. This man had heard from the maidservants in the courtyard that the beautiful demoness living next door had taken a liking to Su Qi. She didn't hesitate to sign a life and death agreement with immortal Master Wei, making an enemy out of the entire Mount Fuyao by herself, just to protect his life. But what was she doing? Crashing into the wall and then kneeling without saying anything. Wang Shiwei couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Could it be that he was too old to understand the love and affection of the younger generation? Or was it that the demoness of Jianghu liked the young and handsome in such a soul-stirring and vigorous way? Wang Shiwei didn't dare to move. Fan Xiaochai knelt without saying anything. Su Qi closed his eyes and rested. Wang Shiwei, a man who was bound to die, had nothing to do, so he simply squatted at the door. He even went to the table to pick up a jug of wine and took a few sips from it. When Su Fengnian came back to his senses, he got off the bed and smiled at Wang Shiwei. He didn't explain anything. Wang Shiwei tactfully didn't ask. She just thought that this brother Su's appearance was so handsome that it made people's hair stand on end. He could make a woman go crazy. Su Fengnian had seen the gathering and dispersing of the Fengqi on Mount Fuyao, so he naturally took advantage of the situation to strengthen his own Fengqi. Imperceptibly, he made up for the loss he suffered when he forcefully traveled to Beimang for the 10th time in the restaurant. At his level, the depth of the Fengqi in the pond was no longer important. Just like a tycoon, he no longer needed to think about increasing his income and reducing his expenditure to increase the thickness of his family's property. Instead, he focused on seizing the wealth beyond the area where he had a foothold. When the picture scroll of a first-rank martial artist was gradually unfurled and stretched to the end of the celestial phenomenon, or even the last level of the earth immortal realm in the eyes of the world, one would know that there were still some rules and restrictions for the so-called land immortals. What Su Fengnian needed to do now was to sort out the veins and veins, peel back the silk from the cocoon, and remove these restrictions to achieve true freedom. This was the main reason why second sister Su Weisheng allowed Su Fengyan to laze around on this trip to Yanji County. She deliberately wanted him to not think about military and national affairs. She wanted him to see more of the suffering of the people, who were not so high and mighty, and to see more of the daily necessities of the people of Beiliang. She wanted Su Fengyan to know that he, the king of Beiliang, did not shoulder the burden for the sake of the Su family or even for the sake of Su Shao. In life, people always wanted to climb a mountain and reach the highest point so that they could see how small the other mountains were. However, very few people would turn back to look at the foot of the mountain, much less walk back to the foot of the mountain. Wudong's Hong Shixiang was different. Therefore, with one step he was a celestial phenomenon, and with another step he was an immortal. When Su Fengyan was lost in thought for the 6th time, he went to Little Lotus Peak and sat on the back of the tortoise camel. He leaned against the stone tablet and raised his head to look at the sky. However, no matter how much he tried to pry into the mysteries of heaven, it was a pity that he had little success. Although I have stopped at this place, my spirit has traveled thousands of li. Don't ask me where I come from. Think about where I am going and who I am going to see. Su Fengyan only understood these 2 sentences very late. These 2 sentences were the last words that Hong Shixiang had engraved on the stone tablet before he died. At the gate of Mount Fuyi, Su Fengyan turned sideways and allowed Wuxia, who had not yet descended the mountain, to carry him up the mountain. Wei Jin was deeply worried. Su Fengyan walked to the foot of the memorial arch. Wei Jin stood beside him. Su Fengyan opened his mouth and said, "Senior Wei may not know that Wang Shiwei is the head of the patrol in Qingan County. As for the heart-piercing Yamashin Li, I only just found out that he was a spy bribed by the Yuzhou general with a large sum of money. Huangfu she wanted to destroy Mount Fuyi and Immortal Coffin Cave because he wanted to reign in the Yuzhou Jianghu and curry favor with the king of Beiliang. My ascension to the mountain was a very unexpected thing. As for Senior Wei and Mountain Lord Zhang's hidden identities, it was an even more unexpected surprise. To tell you the truth, my ascension to the mountain has indeed sped up the destruction of the 2 mountains. Originally, Huangfu she still had about half a year before he made his move. Immortal Master Wei, who had been holding back because he was not completely certain, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Oh, this old man said that you have a unique constitution. You hit the nail on the head. You really are a big fish with a frightening identity. Are you the son of Administrator Li Gongda, Li Hanlin? If not, this old man really can't think of any young man in the Beiliang underworld who is worthy of the Yuzhou general personally making a move." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Not far from it." Wei Jin frowned and said, "The grandson of the king of Beimang's northern courtyard, Su Beiji?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Even provincial governor Su can point at my nose and scold people. Senior Wei, don't guess anymore. Why don't you accompany me to the Immortal Coffin Cave? Along the way, I have some matters that happened during the spring and autumn period that I want to ask you about." Wei Jin glanced at the relaxed young man from the corner of his eyes. His heart was already in turmoil. Even though he was familiar with the secret arts of Taoism, he was still unable to determine the level of this person's realm. If it weren't for the fact that the old man didn't dare to act rashly, he wouldn't be in the mood to chat with him. Su Fengyan glanced at the eagles in the distant sky and said, "If we don't go now, I'm afraid we won't be able to see Mi Fengjia's final glory." This shocking insider information finally made Wei Jin's ruthless temperament, which he had suppressed with great difficulty over the years of cultivating Taoism and nurturing his character on the battlefield, completely come to the surface. But before Wei Jin could act, everything was over. A woman with a compassionate face and a Buddhist aura slowly walked up the mountain. She looked at Su Fengyan and said softly, "Mi Fengjie escaped." Su Fengyan laughed angrily and said, "He's the big fish that our Yuzhou general has his eyes on. Why don't you go catch him?" The woman tied up her black hair with a thin red string and tied it casually around her neck like a ponytail. She stretched out a finger and gently brushed the soft hair that hung down to her chest. Her eyes were calm. Su Fengyan wasn't so thick-skinned as to order her around like a servant. He could only laugh at this female bodhisattvas in action. Then, with a tap of his foot, he disappeared in a flash. Wei Jin could be considered an old man who had lived through the vicissitudes of life. After all, he was a generation older than Zhang Gonglian, who used the pseudonym Zhang Juxian. But the disappearance of the young man beside him without any warning and without any fluctuation in his qi was even more unbelievable than hearing that Mi Fengjie had silently ascended to the first level of Finger Xin. The receding sword cave master didn't hesitate at all. He abandoned his lair, carried 36 swords, and fled for his life. Trees die when they move, but people live when they move. He had painstakingly stayed at the threshold of the first level for 16 years, comprehending the 24 swords that he thought were full of spirit. Only then did he cross that step. But after that, he used only 2 years to ascend to the Finger Shen realm. In the short